You're listening to Wolfsbane, Shadow of Angel, Book 2, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Catherine Edwards. This production is brought to you by D.N. Leo and D.N. Media Creative Team. To support the Multiverse Novels channel, please subscribe to the channel and give the video a like.
Chapter 1. Dina walked around the exclusive chemical lab at the headquarters of LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals in London. It had been 3 days, and she hadn't been able to develop the compound Kieran had asked her to make. In Elos, she would have blamed limited resources. She looked around and sighed. Any government in the cosmos would be drooling just to get their hands on this lab. The slow process would be because she had never before made weapons of this caliber. Or maybe she wasn't as good as she had thought, and should settle for being a private investigator rather than a chemical engineer. But damn it, she liked chemistry. Dina frowned and rubbed her thumb on the bottom of the weaponry jacket Kieran had made for her. He always asked for 200% commitment from those who worked for him. He wasn't king of the most prosperous universe in the multiverse for no reason. A week ago Earth time, Erete had challenged Kieran, his council, and Eric to the second round of the multiversal hologame. Zelok rebels had used a toxic fume that had nearly killed Kieran and Madeline, and Kieran believed they'd used an even more lethal weapon against them in the game. He wanted Dina to create a compound that would protect them and prevent them from being affected. "Piece of cake. I'll just pull the formula out of my ear," she said to the computer monitor, which was streaming out test results that amplified the magnitude of her failure. She raised her arms in the air in frustration, then let them fall at her sides. Turning around, she walked straight into a trolley at the corner of the room, sending lab tubes and equipment shattering all over the floor. Ow! She had bumped her hip on the side of the trolley. She wasn't clumsy, but her frustration with the task at hand had caused her to be careless. "You're such a klutz, Dina," her business partner grinned from the doorway. "I'm not in a good mood, Cooper." He sauntered in without an invitation and sat on her lab stool. She was only 5'2", so she had adjusted the height of the stool to suit her needs. Cooper readjusted it so that his lanky body could settle comfortably. "You won't be in a good mood being around Eric." "Well, I'll need to use that chair soon, because someone has to develop a chemical compound to protect us in the upcoming multiversal hologame." "I've been working out all night. My muscles are screaming. Can I sit for a bit?" Dina wagged a threatening finger at him. "I made those fake ab muscles for you. Remember that I can take them back." He gestured up and down his torso. "They're already gone. When Kieran shot at me in the market. Remember? But I'm happy with the way I look now. I work out just to improve my agility." "Jenny and her martial arts had some good influence on you then." "No one can influence me. I'm always comfortable in my own skin." Dina rolled her eyes. "Says one who begged for fake abdomen muscles a short while ago." "Come on. Can we not talk about that?" "Yes, sure. If you can stop calling me a klutz." "It's a deal. Listen, I'm here to ask you a favor." "Naturally." Dina rolled her eyes again. "I won't make you a love potion." "No, that's not what I need. But if I don't get this problem figured out, no love potion will help." Dina frowned. "Are you okay?" Cooper shook his head. "I've been thinking about the sound I heard when I called you from Elos and didn't get a response." "You said it sounded like a space creature, and it made perfect sense, because we just had a fight before that, and they took my communication unit. Yes, but hear me out. I don't think it's just any sound. It was a static noise, like something was tuning for frequency from the multiverse. Yes, we knew that, Cooper. Arete and his people were searching for some kind of frequency, and they had been manipulating Eric's brainwaves. That's why he heard crazy music and all that. Yes, but I thought about it again, and it's not that simple. Or maybe it is in Eric's case. But in my case, when I played that sound again and again in my head, it started to make some sense. If I rearrange some of the tune, it's like a song. And in my last attempt, I think I got it right. Dina raised an eyebrow. He sighed. When it formed some sort of sensible tune, it shot a shock wave through my body. The energy in me surged, and then subsided. He stood up and looked at her. Unfortunately, it stayed that way, at the subsided level. So you lack energy? You need a vitamin shot? He raked his hands through his hair. It's not that kind of energy. It's my libido. Cooper, you have officially crossed the line of our business partnership. You want me to help you get your rocks off? Lower your voice, Dina. Come on. Cooper, I know masculine performance is important for a man, but we're on a mission here. The multiverse is in trouble. Lives are at stake. And you're worried about your libido? I'm the one who's making sacrifices for the greater good here, telling you about my manliness problem and all. How is that sacrificing? I think the control from the badasses who are hunting for the apertures has something to do with chemicals and a mind-controlling frequency. But you know that much. I also think they try to either control or get information about something much more primal than that. Like sexual urges. I mean, think about it. In one sequence, my libido is up. Reversing it, my libido is down. And that was controlled across the cosmos. Dina nodded. They're trying to control senses. She paced the room. This is bad. Really bad. Senses rely on the immediate environment, and that's impossible to formulate without extensive stimulation. That's beyond my skill set. But Kieran can do it. Wait, you're not going to tell Kieran about my libido problem, are you? Well, how else am I going to explain about the controlling of energy via multiversal frequencies? Just say energy or senses. Yes, but sexual urges are a primal sense. Those urges control human beings in a lot of ways. What if we miss out on the bigger picture by omitting that information? I don't know, Cooper said in frustration. It looks like we're having a heated debate about lab results, Kieran said from the doorway.
The introduction of Charmin.
Scotland, 1864. Charmian brushed her hand over the tips of the cold, wet grass as she sauntered along a narrow path that led to a small bush off the rolling hillside. She inhaled deeply. She liked the feel of the chilled winter air rushing through every cell in her body. It was as pure and clear as crystal, she thought. Where she came from, there was no such thing as what they called the weather here, and there was certainly no winter. Everything in her world was perfectly controlled. It was a world of purity. She laughed when she heard people on Earth refer to her world as heaven. The name did have a nice ring to it, but for some reason she didn't appreciate that world as much as Shael did. Her beloved husband was the righteous angel of light, but she was only an apprentice-to-be in the house of gods. She was on maternity leave from a job she hadn't yet gotten when she became pregnant. She had become so bored in that perfect world of hers that she'd pressured her husband to let her go with him on a mission to Earth. She'd been with him to many places, but Earth was her favorite. She rubbed absently at her tummy. It would be a while before she showed any sign of pregnancy, but Shael didn't like her hanging around the house of gods while she was with child. He suspected there was a dirty angel in this council, someone who had been dealing with the dark side. Aren't angels supposed to be the most righteous of righteous? She thought, but as she had done several times before, she brushed that thought aside. She knew her husband well. He didn't have the evidence to support his accusation and would keep it to himself for the safety of her and their first child. From her bag, she pulled out a newly released novel she had just bought from a merchant on the main street in town. She rubbed her thumb along the spine of the book and sniffed the pages. She loved the smell of earth paper. Shael would probably laugh at her sentiment when she gave the book back to him tonight, but she loved the story. It was a fairy tale, one that was so close to their own story. She would never forget the look in Shael's eyes when they got married by the lake. They didn't need any approval. All they ever needed was their love for each other. Charmine frowned when she looked down and saw the bunch of wild roses in front of her suddenly turn blood red to snow white. She shook her head to clear her vision. Then she watched as the roses returned to their deep red hue again. But before she could feel any relief at the change, she heard a bone-chilling chuckle from behind her. She knew that sound well. For more than 5 years she had not heard it, and she wished the situation had stayed that way. She turned around. In front of her was the magnificent angel of ice. Her long white hair flew in the wind, and her porcelain skin was so perfectly white that it looked as if she had no blood flowing through her body. Angel of Ice was not an official position. Charmine had given her sister that name because she was as cold and heartless as a piece of ice. "Luna," Charmine said, keeping her voice as calm as possible. Her sister was the best student of dark magic and could do things beyond imagination. Charmine knew for certain that the very moment she showed weakness, Luna would attack her. She also knew Luna didn't read minds, so she did her best to keep her fear at bay. "Well, long time no see, sister. I didn't know your husband took you on a mission with him. You're barely an apprentice. What can you possibly do to help him?" She shrugged and asked, "What do you want?" Luna laughed. "Oh, dear sister, why do you always assume I want something from you?" "Because you always do." Luna nodded and walked slowly in a circle, her eyes measured. "Perhaps you're right, but you wouldn't give me what I wanted, so I'll save my breath and just tell you straight out. I have Shael." Luna stared at her. Charmine felt as if her world was tumbling down. She knew Luna was serious, but part of her wanted to deny what was happening. She knew Luna was here because she hadn't gotten all she wanted. Luna threw a bloody feather on the ground, her eyebrow arching as she waited for Charmine's reaction. Charmine smiled. "The last time I saw Shael spreading his wings, they were magnificent. He might have shed a few feathers here and there. So you want me to believe you have him just because you grabbed a loose feather? I don't have magical power, but I do have a good brain, Luna, and that feather tells me nothing." She put up a brave front, but on the inside her world had totally collapsed. The only way an angel like her husband would let anyone get to his wings was if he were dead. "I have no intention of convincing you." "Then don't. You're wasting my time." Luna shook her head. "I am here to take what's mine." "I owe you nothing." "Oh, yes, you do. Shael chose you over me, and I don't like being rejected. You see, there is something you have that I don't." "A heart?" Charmine cut in. Luna laughed. "Right again, sister. To focus on my magic, I had to let go of that silly human sentiment. But I still need men to satisfy my basic needs." Her eyes darkened as she approached Charmine. "There will be severe consequences for refusing me. You're smart. You know that, right?" Charmine backed away. "If you need sex, find a brothel. If you need love, then you at least need a heart that functions as more than just a mere organ. Killing me isn't going to solve any of your problems. Blood is thicker than water, Charmine. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be standing here." Charmine backed up into a tree. "You want to hurt me with something worse than death?" Luna smirked. "Yes, I want your child." Luna reached her hands out to grab Charmine's shoulders. Charmine couldn't back away any further. "Over my dead body," she said, and turned to run. Luna turned and her arms reached out like two gigantic snakes. Her hands grabbed the back of Charmine's coat, pulling her back. Charmine swung her arm and whacked the spine of the book she was holding against Luna's face, hitting her in between her eyes. The book dropped to the ground. Luna staggered back and growled. She picked up the book and glanced at the cover. "You hit me with a fairy tale?" "If you know what it is, there's still hope for you. Why are you doing this, Luna?" Luna growled and pushed Charmine to the ground on her backside. When Luna approached, Charmine stomped a kick at her abdomen, sending her evil sister to the ground. Charmine scrambled to her feet and ran, but she had only taken a few steps before she felt Luna's hands grab her ankles, tripping her to the ground. She fell face down, hitting her head hard. She yanked her legs from Luna's hands, scrambled up, and ran again. "Do not walk away from me! Nobody walks away from me!" Luna yelled. But Charmine kept running until she felt Luna's hand shove at her back. She fell again. Because of her momentum, this fall was hard, and she couldn't get back up. She turned around. Seeing Luna approaching, she pushed herself with her legs, sliding backward on the ground. Then she hit a large rock and couldn't back away any further. Luna crouched. "We're sisters. I don't want to kill you or hurt you in any way. I just want to share my life with you. You have Shael. You're carrying his child. Now we can share that. Blood is thicker than water, after all." Tears streamed down Charmine's face. "I am sharing nothing with you," she said. She saw Luna pull a knife, and she kicked out hard at her, but her sister caught her right ankle. Her hands were as unyielding as steel, and her fingers dug into Charmine's flesh. Luna twisted her hands. Charmine could feel her flesh and tendons tear and her bones shatter. The pain invaded her brain. Amid the haze of excruciating agony, she kept her mind clear. She would never give in to evil. She would never disappoint her husband. Her body was paralyzed and her mind started to go numb. Without saying a word, she stared at Luna in challenge. "I can see you're a tough one as well." "It's good for the child," Luna chuckled. She cut her own hand, and a smile spread across her face as she watched the blood seeping out. She grabbed Charmine's hand, slashed a deep cut in her palm, and pressed their wounds together. What erupted from Luna's mouth was not her own voice, but a deep, croaking, evil sound. "We now share the child. With all the mighty power of the darkness, let the child have all of my magic, all the light of the Father, and all the wits of the Mother. This child will be the best of all devils, but the child shall have no heart." Charmine screamed. With all the strength she had left, she yanked the knife out of Luna's hand and stabbed it deep into her sister's heart. Luna froze and looked at Charmine. She had stopped chanting the curse, but she was about to move again. Charmine pulled the knife back out and plunged it into her sister again. Then Charmine crawled away, her injured leg dragging behind. Luna let out a haunting sound. She looked to the sky, her arms wide open and her eyes blank. From her open mouth, toxic fumes spewed out. The surrounding trees and grass died instantly, and all Charmian saw after that was darkness. Chapter 2. Eric hunched down at a desk in the private apartment block of LeBlanc Pharmaceutical headquarters. He had been here before, during the time he buddied up with Kieran and everyone else in the LeBlanc family. His mind wandered back to the time when things fell apart. He knew Kieran had deliberately put him in this corner to prevent him from encountering staff. He was supposed to trace back to the time he'd met the Zelok people and figure out how Arete had played with the multiversal frequency of his brainwaves. Kieran bet Arete hit randomly at anyone who was prone to the signals. But what would Arete's endgame be? Eric wanted to pace the room, but thought better of it, so he stayed focused on the task at hand. He was taking notes of all possible events and incidents around the time he met the Yellow Shield tribe in Zelok. Eric wasn't into computer games, let alone the multiversal hologame. He barely comprehended the concept. The multiverse was Kieran's turf. Eric thought he could contribute in a small way by recalling and recording exactly what had happened the day he first saw the aperture. But bad memories plagued his mind and kept breaking his concentration. He closed his eyes to rest and leaned back in the chair. The clock on the wall teased. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was as if the clock was counting down the time left until the multiversal hologame challenge. He thought he had settled in as professor at Oxford University, living his own quiet life. Apparently someone or something out there in the cosmos didn't accept his life of peace. He turned around, responding to a gentle knock at the door, and saw Dina. The sight of her always refreshed and brightened his mood, no matter what his state of mind. He still chuckled to himself when he thought about the first time they met, when she had somersaulted into his lecture theater, struck a spectacular pose upon landing, flung one high-heeled red shoe at him, and unintentionally ejected one of the wings in her weaponry suit. It had only been a short time since they'd met, but he found it hard to imagine life, after this multiversal attack event was over and he had to go to Zelok, without Dina in it. He'd gotten used to seeing the fragile, porcelain skin of that foxy oval face, and her pouting lips, especially when she tried to tease him, or when she disagreed with him. He loved that long black hair that wrapped around her shoulders. He was sure she intentionally brushed his skin with it whenever she walked past him, jolting his system with inexplicable sensation. "Dina," he smiled. She entered the room graciously. Eric reached over and pulled a trolley of books he had just ordered from the university aside, because he had some odd feeling that Dina would bump into that hard object on her way in. "If Kieran has sent you, no, I haven't anything for him." She smiled. "Yes, Kieran sends me, but no, he didn't expect you to have anything done yet. We have a change of plans." "Why can't he talk to me himself?" "He was about to, but I asked if I could talk to you first." Eric raised an eyebrow, waiting. As Dina moved closer to him, he felt a wave rush through his body. There was nothing wrong with being attracted to a beautiful woman, but the timing was poor. Eric shook his head to clear the thoughts out of his mind. "Why not?" Dina asked. "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" "I said we should have a clear plan before you enter Monsieur, because the history you have with Kieran might mess with your head." "It is now," he muttered. "What?" "Never mind. So I guess Kieran wants me to enter Monsieur to retrieve some information from Juliet?" Dina nodded. "Why can't he do it himself? Do you know how sacred that place is to his family?" He told me they have very strict security, and that he'll have to ask someone to take you in. You might know that the place is protected by a multiversal frequency shield designed to prevent any creatures from the multiverse entering. Well, I know now, he sighed. Karen and Madeline are Udasian now. That means they can't get into their own home. What a twisted fate. Eric leaned back in his chair. Well, you might not be able to enter after you officially become a Zelok tribe leader. But you're still human now, so we have a small window. But that's not why I'm here. Eric approached. Dina was small, and the top of her head barely reached his chest. So he lifted her up and sat her on the desk. He bent down, bracing his hands on the edge of the desk, and looked into her beautiful dark eyes. She blinked at him, and a tiny lash dropped onto her cheek. Her lips pouted slightly and parted as if inviting him to do the unthinkable. So why are you here? Hit me with the naked truth. He felt as if he was outside his body, himself approaching a woman without permission, the type of behavior he would only dare if he wanted a slap across the face, or the type of thing he would have done when he was much younger. Eric, she whispered, with her mouth next to his ear. Yes, he said and turned. His lips almost touched the nape of her neck. He could feel the lust pulsing inside his body, and he brushed his lips against her smooth skin. Eric, she called out softly. Yes, Dina. He was going to kiss that skin. You're too close. His surge of energy was brought to an abrupt halt. He jerked back, panting. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. He felt out of breath and slightly dizzy. Dina held his shoulders. Take it easy, Eric. That's why I'm here, and that's what I need to talk to you about. He nodded and sat down. Dina continued. In a nutshell, Karen believes that Juliet was working on an exotic compound before she died, and that compound might be the essential base for what I'm trying without success to develop now. We don't have much time left before the challenge, so the quickest way to prepare is to get Juliet's formula, and I can work from there. What's the big deal here, Dina? I can go in and grab the potion you need from Monsieur. There are two things you need to be aware of. First, Juliet didn't have the compound completed. Otherwise, Kieran would have known. She did have the ingredients, though, and only you might be able to tell what they are. Me? I don't know anything about chemical compounds. But you do know Juliet. Eric snorted. Well, not well, apparently. You were connected. Both you and Kieran once loved that woman, and because of that connection, you will be able to tell. Because? Because Juliet practiced alchemy. What? Yes, compounds or potions created from that practice have spiritual meanings that only connected people can read. And to connect back to that path of mind, you have to open up your feelings for Juliet. It'll be like opening up an old wound, and it will hurt. Eric looked away, out of the window for a moment. Then he turned back to Dina. All right, I can handle that. What's the second issue? Dina smiled. That's what Kieran said. You can handle the first issue easily. The second one deals with your own emotional energy. Emotions again? Are you guys psychoanalyzing me like I'm a woman? That's sexist, Eric. I'm sorry. Go on. You know you're prone to the multiversal frequency for some unknown reason. When you are opening up to connect with Juliet's past practice, you will be most vulnerable. Cooper had played with the frequency just a bit, and it affected his, well, let's call it his masculine performance. Eric raised an eyebrow. Dina continued. Oh, he's fine now, but he can detach the frequency from his mind, control it, and analyze it, because we are not human. You are human, and you can't do what Cooper did. So if the frequency influences you, or if Erite is playing any tricks when you're in Monsiel, I'm going cuckoo. Yes, and I am 100% sure insanity is the result of being attacked by the multiversal frequency when opening your human emotion channels to the unknown. I don't know much about human emotions, but I'm an expert in multiversal mixed chemistry and brainwaves. I know what it can do to you. Eric paced back and forth, then returned to Dina. So does Kieran want me to go in or not? Why did he send you? He's very sure you will accept the task if he asks you. Cocky bastard. He sent me to tell you that you have every opportunity to say no. This is not your war, and he will totally understand if you decline. Eric approached Dina and tilted her chin up to look into her eyes. What do you think, Dina? Well, I don't have an opinion on this because my mind doesn't work the same way. I know life and death, but I can't judge what it's like to lose your mind. With my makeup, it will never happen to me. But judging by how concerned Kieran was about this, I'm saying you should decline. Also, I think you and Kieran should decline the game, too. The most the both of you will lose is your bet. The bet is the Earth's population, Dina. Yes, it's a lot of creatures to lose. A big bet. But you'll be the tribe leader in Zelok, and Kieran is king of Udays, the most prosperous universe in the multiverse. Your lives are precious. Earth is only a small planet. You don't get it, Dina. No, I'm sorry, but I don't. If the multiverse is at war, there will be losses and sacrifices. I don't understand how, when you and Kieran got tangled up with a human issue, your minds stopped working objectively. Because we're human. Regardless of whomever or whatever we might become, we were born and raised as human. Thus, human interests will always be our priority. Dina nodded. So what are you saying? He looked into her eyes and said, I'm in.
The Introduction of Shiel.
Scotland, 1864. Agony. That was all Shiel could feel, but he didn't waste a single moment thinking about his physical pain. He needed to find his wife. Fear stabbed at him, but he brushed it away and concentrated on his tasks with his current limited capacity. Charmian was alone, strolling her beloved Scotland hillside. Nobody knew she was with him on this mission. He had thought she was safe. That was until Luna and her evil army had ambushed him. They had wounded him, using their dark magic to cut off his power and sever his wings. They wanted to take his light. He was at the highest rank in the Council of Angel of Light. Other angels would have died with humiliation. He would have terminated himself if this had happened before, but not now. He was no longer by himself. He had Charmian, and she was carrying their first child. He was a father, and he had a family to protect. Protecting his light was a matter of the greater cause. If he gave them the light, they would let him live to come back to his family. But if the evil possessed his light, that would mean the end of the many worlds he'd sworn to protect. Innocent people and creatures would be killed. Families would be broken. He needed to survive and protect the light at the same time. There was only one way out of this: relinquishing his angelic power. Doing so had reduced him to an ordinary human in the original form in which he was born. He would never forget the look of disappointment and anger on Luna's face. He had stood in front of her, an ordinary and injured man, looked into her eyes, and challenged her to kill him. He knew she wouldn't do it, She had gotten what she'd come for. Killing him would be an acceptance of defeat, and she took failure poorly. Not until she had roared in fury and run away had Shael realized she could have used their sisterly connections to find out that Charmine was with him. Now she would attack Charmine. He looked down at his injured human body. He couldn't run fast. He couldn't fly. He had no power. Being human sucked.
Don't be too disappointed, Shael. You're a good angel. I'd be happy to give you a second chance.
The voice came from behind him. Shael turned around and said, I don't deal with Zelok people, Arate. Arate chuckled. He stood 8 feet tall, and long white hair covered half of his face, making him look even more mysterious and evil than he already was. He looked to be in his 50s, in Earth age, but Shael knew they had both been in their 30s when they'd chosen their very different paths and parted a few hundred years ago. Shael had retained his same look for a long time, but time hadn't agreed as well with Arate.
I thought angels held no prejudice against any creature,
Arate said. I'm no longer an angel.
I can see that.
So why are you here? I can't help you. I can't even help myself right now.
There is a way.
Shael raised an eyebrow. Arate smiled.
Come with me to Zelok and be my commander. You have skills. You don't need the power from the gods.
My skills were given to me by the House of Gods. Although I'm no longer an angel, I can't use those skills to serve the gods' adversaries. Arate laughed.
Oh no, I'm on your side this time. Luna is your enemy, and she is killing your wife right now.
Shael shifted his stance.
I know we didn't part on good terms, Arate continued, but I guarantee you that we are on the same side. You want to protect the light and your family from Luna, and I don't want Luna getting the light because she will become too strong for my liking. I don't need competition.
How can I be sure you don't want the light for yourself? Arate shook his head.
The light doesn't work with my kind of dark magic.
Shael nodded. All right, and you promise to help me save my wife now? Arate nodded.
Of course.
Then he gestured Shael to follow him. Shael obeyed. Arate made it a few steps before Shael charged at him from behind. He pulled a knife from his boot, leapt into the air, and stabbed at Arate's head. Arate ducked, and the knife cut off his left ear.
You tried to stab me from behind,
he roared. Shael cursed his human body. He wasn't used to such slow movement. Normally, stabbing someone from behind sounds bad, but I'm at a disadvantage here.
You don't need to protect the light for those who have sold you short. How do you think Luna got the information about your mission? Didn't you suspect a traitor in the House of Gods? Which is worse, a traitor or an adversary with good intentions?
Dead or alive, I will never betray the gods. If Luna kills Charmine, her own blood sister, there is no good in your dark magic, regardless of what kind it is. You'll never have good intentions toward the light of gods. Arate swung his arms. A gust of wind picked up Shael's body, spun him in the air, and smashed him down to the ground. He heard the bones in his body rattle. He knew he would be dead soon. Arate walked over and stomped his foot down on Shael's chest, pinning him to the ground.
You're wrong this time, Shael. I do want to save Charmine, and only you can lead me to her.
Why? Arate stomped his foot hard on Shael's chest, making him spit out blood.
Do not question me.
He picked Shael up by the collar.
Find her, or she'll be dead.
While on the ground, Shael had grabbed the knife he had dropped. When Arate picked him up, he swung it and stabbed at him again, this time aiming for his heart. Quickly reacting, Arate's hand turned into a long blade. It pierced Shael's body from the front to the back. Arate pulled his steel hand out of Shael's body, letting him collapse to the ground. Arate was so upset, he slashed randomly at the tall grass.
I should have known. You die for those who betrayed you in a heartbeat. Your wife would do the same. Righteous parents, virtuous child. If Luna can convert your child, it will become the best of all evils, the strongest.
Arate hissed and growled.
We have to get Charmine. I can't let Luna get the child,
he said as he stomped around. On the ground, Shael said, I won't let you have my child. Then he closed his eyes and drifted off into oblivion. He heard thunder exploding. He felt the wind. He felt himself flying. Then he felt comfort. Something soft and warm wrapped around his body. It felt like he was being cradled by strong, feathered wings. He heard a soothing female voice echoing from a distance. You're a good angel, Shael. Hold on to your faith. You're not alone. He tried to open his eyes, but all he saw was whiteness. Chapter 3. Madeline stepped out of the car and looked at the magnificent Monsieur, a palace resting imposingly on a hilltop in the exclusive area of Henley-on-Thames. The place had belonged to the LeBlanc family for a long time and bore many marks of their legacy. For her, this was the home that held many memories of Kieran and her, of their relationship, and how they had become soulmates. The chilly breezes crept inside her jacket and made her shudder. Feeling a warm coat wrapped around her shoulders, she turned around and smiled at the sinfully handsome face of her husband, a face God had created when he was in the mood to forgive all mortal sins. His striking gray eyes smiled back at her. You're cold, First Counselor. Every time he called her First Counselor, she wanted to swoon. But it didn't happen this time. A perk of being a mind reader was that she could occasionally peek into his mind, and those occasions tended to coincide with negative events, such as now. A looming dark cloud hovered over his mind. Deep concern about Eric's trip inside Monsieur was eating him up. Kieran wasn't psychic, but he had excellent instincts. Whenever he sensed trouble that he could not fix, she saw those dark clouds in his mind. She made a mental note to do something about this when they returned to Udays. She needed to train herself to see his mind when he was happy. Behind them, other cars arrived and parked about 100 yards away from Monsieur's fence. Eric, Dina, Cooper, Jenny, and Lindsay exited these cars. This was a major event for people from the multiverse. However, because people on Earth were oblivious to it, Kieran wanted to keep it low-key. Madeline entwined her fingers with Kieran's and felt a slight squeeze from his hand. They both looked toward Monsieur. Not long ago, they'd fought supernatural creatures together, and Monsieur had been a safe haven for them. Now, looking at the palace from the outside, they saw a shield hovering over it like a dome. The very shield that had protected them now prevented them from entering their own home. Kieran turned around. He rubbed his thumb over the dimple on her left cheek and smiled at her. We have a new home now. She nodded. Yes, I love our new home. So whatever you do, make sure we return there. Our children are waiting. I'm sure we will. He kissed her lightly and turned toward the approaching group of people, leaving her standing there with a gigantic knot in her stomach. Kieran approached Lindsay. Madeline recalled vividly the night she was attacked just outside London when Kieran came to the rescue, a trip that had cost his head of security and his best friend's life. Lindsay was Kieran's right-hand man at LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals. After that incident, he had tightened security and had always been there for Kieran, without fail. For Kieran, Lindsay was more than just a subordinate. Lindsay was a friend, a part of his inner circle. "I appreciate you helping me with this, Lindsay." "Do you have to say that, Kieran?" "I understand it's difficult for you to escort Eric inside Monsieur, given what happened in the past. But I don't trust anyone else to do this job." "Understood." Kieran patted Lindsay's shoulder. "I owe you one." "Don't mention it." Lindsay pulled out his cell phone and gave it to Kieran. "Guard it with your life. My wife gave it to me." Lindsay grinned and returned to his car. Kieran walked toward Eric. "Once you're inside, I'll give you instructions on what to look for." "How? Are you going to give me one of those fancy wrist units of yours?" "No, it would be wiped clean when it goes past the protective shield. Lindsay has to leave his cell phone with me. You see?" "Bloody hell. How much security do you need for a palace?" Eric exclaimed. Then he saw the look on Kieran's face. "All right, I'll get in and out in one piece." Kieran nodded. "Thanks, I appreciate it. Once you're inside, Lindsay will get you a primitive piece of technology called a cell phone. Then I can call you from his phone and give you instructions." "All right." "Just to be sure, when you look at Monsieur now, you don't see a glowing dome-shaped shield, do you?" "Nope. It looks just like another castle in the English countryside. I'm not suicidal. If I saw the shield, I wouldn't put my neck through it. Trust me. Just out of curiosity, what would it do to you and other space creatures?" "Electrocution. Burn toast. Barbecue. However you want to describe it." "I get the picture." Kieran snapped a wristband onto Eric's wrist. "Ouch!" "If his band flashes, back the car right out. Don't go through the shield," Kieran told Lindsay, who had settled into the driver's seat and started the car. "Copy that." The car moved slowly toward the gate, which automatically opened and cleared them in. Before the gate closed, Eric turned around and gave them a thumbs up. "Phew!" Cooper exhaled loudly. Jenny chuckled. "I didn't know you cared about my brother that much." "Oh, I don't. I'm just worried about the car." Madeline wrapped her arms around Kieran from behind. She didn't sense him feeling any easier. "What's wrong, Kieran?" "I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet." From the corner of her eye, she saw Dina looking anxiously at her wrist unit. She looked as agitated as Kieran. Kieran's unit beeped, and he engaged immediately. "Talk to me, Jake." Jake was head of intelligence in Udays. He was very young to hold such an important position, but Kieran trusted Jake's capability and integrity. Jake had proven Kieran correct on several occasions. "I'm calling you because the wristband you've used has been compromised. It's just been activated now, and it flashed on my screen." Dina rushed over. "What does it mean, Kieran?" "Which part was compromised, Jake?" Kieran asked. "The broadcasting function." "It's going to broadcast manipulative frequencies." Dina teared up. "Can you call Eric now, Kieran?" Kieran shook his head. "It's too late. I have to go in." "Kieran!" Madeline exclaimed, although she knew Kieran would ignore her. He looked at Jake's image on the screen. "Send me TX-25. Jake's eyebrows shot up. But it's a prototype. It's been tested. Park the capsule in the cross dimension. Kieran's face hardened, and his eyes were as cold as steel. Madeline knew there was nothing she could say that would stop him from going inside. As she had done countless times before, she closed her eyes, concentrated, and forced her precognition and mind-tracking abilities to work hard, hoping to find a solution. Chapter 4. Eric's mouth hung agape for a moment when he saw the magnificence of Mons Seal from the inside. In front of him were endless marble hallways, columns, decorative statues, and splendid works of art. But unlike other castles and palaces he had seen in England, behind the grandeur of Mons Seal was a sense of home. Now he understood why Juliet had no hesitation in calling this place home after she married Kieran. He sighed. Dina was right. Opening old wounds was never easy. He should get past that state now. But for the purpose of the task at hand, he let the feelings linger. He was supposed to channel Juliet's emotional energy. Normally he would laugh at that ludicrous suggestion. But based on what had happened in the last few weeks, it might be the most sensible solution. Something in his mind just clicked. It felt as if a pathway had been cleared. His mind's eyes saw a light at the end of the hallway. Whatever it was that Dina had suggested seemed to work. Eric concentrated. The light flickered a couple of times and then vanished. He shook his head and tried to relax, thinking about the palace and Juliet. The light appeared again. "Eric," Lindsay called out. "Yes?" "We need to go and get the phone so Kieran can give you instructions." "Okay, you go. I'll stay right here," Eric said, and focused on the light. He didn't want the vision to go away, and he was sure Lindsay didn't see it. "I can't let you stay here by yourself. I promised Kieran I'd get you out in one piece." "No one's here. You think these marble statues are going to jump out and bite me? If you need to get the phone, go get it." "Well, why can't you go with me? The equipment room is in the upper wing." Lindsay pointed toward the left. Eric glanced to the right and saw the hovering light. "Where's Juliet's lab?" "At the lower end." Lindsay pointed toward the light he couldn't see. "I can get you there after we get the phone. You need to talk to Kieran, because I don't have the code to get in." "Right," Eric muttered, and turned to follow Lindsay. But as soon as he turned, the light disappeared. "Oh, no." "Okay, how about I go to the lab now, and you go and get the phone?" "What's wrong with you? I told you I can't let you go to that wing by yourself." "All right. Why don't we go to the lab, and I'll see if I can figure out a way in and take the information myself. If I can't, then we'll come back for the phone." "Why?" "Can't tell you why. But I'm going to the lab now." Eric turned toward the right and walked along the corridor. Lindsay muttered in protest, but then followed. Beside an imposing steel door was a keypad that glared at Eric in challenge. The light had taken him here, but it hadn't given him the code. Maybe he needed to go with Lindsay to the equipment room for the phone after all. A tingling sensation shot through his body, coming from the wristband Kieran had given him. This must be one of Kieran's tricks, giving him the code without telling him. Eric stared at the keypad. A short moment later, the code illuminated on the keyboard. Eric followed the prompts. When he pressed the last digit, he heard a click, and the door slid open. "Well, at least I didn't have to say, 'Open Sesame,'" Eric muttered, and entered the lab. Hundreds of colorful jars, tubes, and God knows what kind of lab equipment filled the room. Now he was seriously considering getting Kieran's instructions. He squared his shoulders and concentrated. He let his mind wander back to the time he and Juliet were lovers. It was a good time. He could see her beautiful face and flaming red hair. They were so young. She smiled at him. He remembered the vibrant energy that emanated from her body. She loved life, art, and nature. He could see her walking through the field of wildflowers when they visited her hometown in Ireland. She inhaled the fragrance of the grass and flowers. She looked at them as if she knew them. She could talk to the wildflowers. She whispered something he couldn't hear. "What's that, Juliet?" he asked. She smiled and picked a bunch of wildflowers. "Those are my favorite." "Okay, let me get some more for you." He reached out to the flowers and his hand hit a cold jar. He jerked his hand back and the jar fell from his hand. Then his world went black. Soon after, he opened his eyes and found himself on the lab floor. Lindsay held a jar of potion in his hand, looking at him with concern. "Are you okay? You just passed out and almost dropped this jar on the floor. I don't know anything about these potions, but I know we don't want to be near a broken jar." Eric sat up. "Let me try again." "Try what?" "Let's go get the phone." "No, I've got a sensation. Like a feeling of what might be the right potion. If we leave now, I'm not sure I can get that sensation back." Lindsay nodded. "All right, I'll stay right here to make sure you don't break anything." Lindsay went and stood next to the door as if ready to jump out of the way if Eric broke anything in the lab. Eric nodded and concentrated again. Images of Juliet flooded back to his mind, so fresh and so real. It felt like only yesterday that they were together. He could feel his own movements in the lab. In a while, the memory seemed to subside. He didn't feel the need to remember or do anything more. His mind was flung back to reality. He looked down at the lab table. Several jars of potions and powders were opened. There were signs of an experiment completed. He saw traces of colored powder on his hands, and he was holding a jar of liquid potion. He knew this was the compound they needed. He stared at the light blue and purple liquid in the jar. Then Eric felt a gun muzzle pressing against his temple. "Put the jar down," Lindsay said. Scotland, 1864. Shael stared at the bloodstains on what used to be the peaceful Scottish greenfield. The grass had been killed by venomous fumes, which Shael was sure were coming from Luna, the dark magic sorceress. And the bloodstains belonged to Charmine, his newly wedded wife. The scent of Charmine, mixed with her blood and the ashes from the burned bush, made his hands shake, his knees weaken, his heart race with fear, and his blood boil with rage. Shael straightened up his body. He couldn't afford a mistake right now. He couldn't let himself be weak. God had given him a second chance to live and reclaim his angel power. God wouldn't have sent him back here just to see he had failed his family. God wouldn't save his life just to let him learn he had let Charmine and their stillborn first child die at the hands of evil. He traced his fingertips over the bloodstains. So much blood. But his wife was a fighter. He was sure she had survived this attack from her evil sister. "Where are you, Charmine?" he asked silently, as his eyes desperately scanned the hillside. He searched every inch of the vista, using every ounce of his energy, along with a light source he had. He found nothing but trails of blood. Then in the dead grass, he saw a leather-bound book covered in bloodstains. He picked it up. It was a fairy tale Charmine had just bought in town. He had observed her from a distance as she went into the bookstore. He felt uneasy when she mixed in among humans in the middle of a crowded town. He didn't mind humans, but he disliked the supernatural creatures walking among them. The stray creatures were unpredictable, dangerous, and had a minimal sense of morality. Shael kept at a distance to give Charmine some space. As an apprentice in the House of Gods, she rarely traveled to the outside world. Thus, whenever he had a chance, he took her on a mission with him. Earth was her favorite place in the cosmos. When she left the busy town for the peaceful hillside, he had thought it was safe and had gone about his mission. That was one of the rare mistakes he had made in his life, and he could only hope it hadn't cost him his family. He was the angel of light, with the highest ranking in his council. He was the one who gave hope to his subjects, those he had sworn to protect. Now when he needed hope, he wasn't sure from whom he could ask it. As the thought enraged him, he heard a noise from a large pile of charred grass. He darted over to it and yanked out a small creature. It had been wounded and burned so badly that he couldn't tell what species it was. Judging by its charred skin and what was left of its face, the creature wouldn't last long. "What are you? Where are your people?" Shael asked, without expecting a coherent answer. The creature looked like an elf. If so, it might have enough supernatural power to heal itself if he gave it some help. He straightened the head of the creature, trying not to cause more damage to its badly damaged skin. The creature's pointy left ear moved slightly, and it opened its two eyes that glowed like two large green light bulbs. While its ears made it look like an elf, its eyes were certainly not those of an elf. "Take it easy. If I give you some light, like a power source, would it help? I don't want to push the light in if your body will reject it." The creature uttered a barely audible sound.
"Please,"
it said. Shael nodded. He held the creature's small hands and gently pushed some light energy into its body. In a short moment, its green eyes blinked and then opened wide, looking even larger than they did before. Some of its burned patches of skin started to heal. The healthy skin began to change from a shade of orange to light green and then to a deep blue. "You're a sea elf," Shael gasped. "How did you get up here? Let me take you back to the water."
"No, I'm human.
"What?
She made me."
She? Do you mean Luna?" The creature nodded.
"She took the heart of something at sea and put it inside me, just to keep it beating."
"She ripped your human heart out?" Shael asked, but didn't need an answer. He knew what Luna had done. It was a ritual in dark sorcery to create supernatural creatures she could control. He had always thought it was a myth. Shael asked, "Did she curse someone?" And this time, he didn't wish for an answer. The creature closed its eyes, and in a short moment, its face started to form into the shape of a young man. But as it did, its heartbeat weakened, and its breathing started to labor. "She changed you. You're not meant to be on land. You'll die," Shael said.
"I'd rather die than live like this."
Shael said nothing. He picked the man up in his arms, spread his wings, and flew toward the water.
You're an angel,
the man whispered. Yes, but I can't bring you back from death. God created you, and it's your decision to keep your life or not. But nobody has the right to take life or your heart away from you.
If you had come earlier, you could have saved her.
Something inside him broke. It might have been his heart. Flying against the strong wind, he looked down and asked the man, Did you see Luna kill my wife?
Oh, dear God. That was your wife? No, she fought hard. She didn't die. She killed Luna. And as you can see, Luna burned everything before she died.
So why did you say I could have saved my wife if I'd come earlier? They had arrived at the coastline. Shael put him down close to the edge of the water. The man was weakening every second he drew in air. Shael dragged him into the water.
Angel, what is your name?
I'm Shael. I am the angel of light.
I want to die as a man.
Not on my watch. I can't let you do that.
Luna cursed your child before she died.
Shael stopped breathing for a second. With what?
She planted the heart in me and took me to the hill. I heard her chanting a spell, and I think she wanted to place this heart into your wife's body after she cursed your child to have no heart. She was going to rip the heart out of your wife and replace it with this one.
Shael stopped dragging the man to deep water. The man stood up, as he had now regained some strength. She cursed our child.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Your wife killed her after that. But the curse has been completed.
Did you see where my wife went? The man shook his head.
No, she didn't go by herself. She was hurt badly. Someone took her, and I saw its shadow. Whoever or whatever it was very large. I couldn't see much, I'm sorry. It might have wings, just like yours. But I don't think it was an angel.
Why? The man looked at Shael.
Because angels don't rip someone's heart out with their bare hands. That thing took Luna's heart. Then it grabbed your wife and vanished.
Shael nodded. You should go. The man bowed.
I owe you my life,
he said, then dove into the water and swam away. Shael looked to the horizon where the water met the sky. He swore to bring Charmine and their child home. He was an angel, and he had been protecting his subjects without fail for more than 100 years. Now the most important subjects in his life were in trouble. If he failed to save his own family, wouldn't it defeat the whole purpose of God creating him? Among those at the same rank, he was the best of them all. In 100 years of battle, he had lost only once, and that loss was to the person who had just taken Charmine. Chapter 5. Madeline paced back and forth and around. Her psychic abilities had once again decided to abandon her when she needed them most. Jake had delivered TX-25, the prototype capsule. Although she couldn't see the vehicle because he had parked it in the cross-dimensional section, she was sure it would be like the other capsules in Uday's, egg-shaped, the size of a minibus, and made of an unusual resilient material she didn't know the name of. Kieran had designed this model for combat, though, so she figured it would be smaller in size to maximize its flexibility. It would most likely be able to tolerate weaponry attacks more than an ordinary capsule. But Monseal's shield wouldn't be easily breached. Kieran's family had designed and built it, and for decades it had deterred numerous space creatures. Kieran crossed in and out of this dimension, adjusting his wrist unit and utilizing a portable keyboard. She knew he was navigating the capsule. She wished she could cross dimensions to see what he was doing on the other side. But at the moment, all she could do was to will her psychic ability and precognition to work so she could partially predict what might happen. Kieran stepped back into the current dimension, his eyes focused on the portable control panel to make further adjustments. Dina lurked close by, asking to join him. But when it came to critical moments like this, Kieran trusted only himself. He looked up from the control panel as if he had finished his preparation. His eyes scanned quickly over the group standing nearby. Madeline knew he would be looking for her, so she made sure she was right there for him. She approached quickly, kissed him lightly, and smiled, "I love you." He didn't smile back. As usual, his striking gray eyes grew intense. He wiped away a tear on her face she didn't know had fallen. "I love you too, and I'm sorry for doing this."
You have to do what you have to do. Otherwise you wouldn't be the man I love.
I haven't tested this, but in theory, a cross-dimensional detour would get me past the shield. Do you trust me? She shook her head and looked straight up into his eyes.
Not this time, but I trust my instincts. My precognition always flares up if you're in trouble. It's been quiet, so I believe you'll be fine.
She smiled at him. He kissed her, then said, "I'll be back shortly. Wait for me here, First Counselor." He strode toward the left, and then in a flash, he vanished into the cross-dimension. Madeline turned around, rubbing her stomach absently. Dina approached.
You couldn't get your psychic abilities to work, could you?
Madeline wiped away a tear.
No. Jenny said, Thank you for letting Kieran go inside for my brother.
Madeline shook her head.
Well, don't thank me too soon.
She looked toward the horizon. Something flashed in her mind.
To the creek,
she shouted, pointing toward the creek at the base of the hill. She had been to that creek several times. She had just seen a flash of light in her precognition. She couldn't quite make sense of it yet, so she just followed her sixth sense, another perk of being a psychic, and figured the shiny flash was the water. In the lab, Eric looked sideways, straight into the gun's muzzle. "A toy gun?" he scoffed. Lindsay used the gun barrel to swing at Eric's temple, sending him staggering back and almost causing him to pass out. "It's plastic, designed for me to pass the shield, but I can guarantee you it's not a toy. I suggest you not try my temper again." Lindsay grinned crookedly and brandished the gun. "Now put the jar down." "No." Lindsay pointed the gun at Eric's leg, but before he could shoot, Eric wagged a finger with his free hand. "You're smart enough to know who is holding a more dangerous weapon here. If I drop this jar, we'll both die. So I suggest you not try my temper. I'm known to have one, if your memory's good." Eric raised an eyebrow in challenge. When Lindsay didn't make a move, Eric continued. "Kieran trusts you. Why are you doing this?" "I have never betrayed Kieran, but you and I don't stand on the same ground. He can only choose one of us. Apparently he chose you, and that's a huge mistake. So all of this is just to prove a point?" Lindsay fired at a wall. The silenced gun dug a large hole in the solid brick. My sister isn't a point to prove. It was an accident. The hell it was. If you hadn't seduced Liz with that pretty face of yours, just to get back at Kieran for taking Juliet, my sister would still be alive. She was 16. Do you have any fucking compassion? Lindsay fired at the wall again. As you said, Liz was 16. I couldn't stop her from having feelings for me. She OD'd, and that had nothing to do with whatever happened between Kieran and me. Lindsay fired at Eric's left shoulder. Eric staggered back. His arm swung up, and the jar slipped out of his hand. Lindsay darted over and grabbed the jar mid-air. Lindsay looked at the jar and smirked. "Who's the loser now?" he asked. He aimed the gun at Eric's head. "I'd let you live if you showed any sign of remorse about my sister's death. But I know you have no regrets about letting my sister die." Sweat trickled down Eric's forehead, and blood seeped out between the fingers of the hand with which he clutched his wound. "You're a fucking scumbag. Liz was innocent, and her death was a tragedy. But now you use your sister's death for money? Shut the fuck up." Lindsay thrust the gun muzzle forward, but didn't pull the trigger. "Your sister is just an excuse. If you wanted to put a bullet in my head, you would have done it by now. What else did they pay you for, apart from getting that jar? Is there something in me? In my head? Scan your wristband against all the other jars. Do it now." Eric grabbed at his band, about to yank it off. "It's the only thing keeping you alive. Kieran coded it for you, and you can only operate it when you're alive. If you take it off, I'll shoot you with pleasure. Now scan the rest of the lab." Eric stood still. "I don't understand the LeBlanc secrets, but I know if you sell them, many people will die. They are betting on Earth's population right now. It's not my problem. All I want now is to blow your head off. So scan the fuck out of the lab." They heard a low growl, and a shadow darted in, hitting Lindsay hard from behind. Lindsay fell to the floor, almost losing consciousness. Kieran stood tall, holding the jar in his hand. Eric had never seen so much rage in Kieran, and he was sure Kieran's supernatural power was activated at the moment. "Take it off." Kieran pointed at Eric's wristband. Eric yanked off the band and stomped his foot on it without mercy. On the floor, Lindsay looked up. "I'm sorry, Kieran. I never meant to betray you." "Apology not accepted," Kieran said, and turned toward Eric. "Look out!" Eric yelled as he saw Lindsay scramble to his feet and pull something from his sock. Kieran whirled around and had Lindsay at gunpoint. Lindsay held a small round device the size of a coin in his open palm. "An ordinary gun cannot get past Monsieur's security. You know that better than anyone else, Kieran. But this explosive device isn't any ordinary weapon. I never planned to betray you until you brought that prick who killed my sister back into your life. Now put the gun down and give me back the jar, Kieran," Lindsay said to Kieran while watching Eric's every movement. "You really disappoint me, Lindsay." Kieran lowered the gun and dropped it to the floor. His left hand still held the jar. "I'm sorry, Kieran," Lindsay said. "You're sorry to take a prize on my head?" Lindsay chuckled bitterly. "I didn't know you'd come in here for him. Again, you're choosing him over my lifetime of devotion to the LeBlancs. What has he ever done for your friendship? If there ever was a friendship. I never sold him short at any price. I top you on that," Eric said. "I'm not talking to you," Lindsay shouted at Eric. Seeing he was distracted, Kieran seized the opportunity to plant a kick on his abdomen, sending him to the floor. The round device slid out of his hand, rolling on the floor and flashing a red light. Eric was no expert in weapons, but judging by the look on Lindsay's face, he knew there was no way anyone in this room was going to get out in one piece. He darted toward the device. He might be able to lessen the damage with his body. He couldn't think of any other solution. But Kieran was right behind him. He could feel Kieran's strong hold on his jacket, pulling him back. "Don't," Kieran shouted. On the floor, Lindsay rolled over and lay on top of the device. He looked up at Kieran. "They want the primer, Kieran. Please protect my family." That was all Eric saw and felt. There was a whirl of white particles in front of him, and then the pressure from the blast. Chapter 6. Flying was officially her most favorite skill now, Dina thought, while running as fast as she could, following Madeline down the hill toward the creek. Madeline had switched on her supernatural power, one she referred to as the silver blood, or special Yud key. Although Kieran had not had a chance to master a way to utilize the silver blood at the moment, it allowed Madeline to accentuate her natural talent. Madeline was running like the wind. Dina didn't exactly fly naturally like a bird. She had to use the wings in her weaponry suit. But she considered the ability to leap in the air and surf in the wind at incredible speeds with the artificial wings an important skill. That was good enough, she thought.
"Damn, that was good,"
Dina thought, as she looked to the sky in the direction Madeline was pointing. She would kill for Madeline's psychic ability. From the empty sky, an egg-shaped vehicle appeared. It was as if it had just torn through some kind of dimensional curtain and penetrated this dimension. It was in flame. 2 objects were ejected from it, and then the capsule exploded into nothingness.
"Hello, and goodbye, TX-25,
Dina muttered. She knew by now the 2 flying objects were Kieran and Eric being ejected out of the burning capsule. One of their parachutes had been released. The other person had no parachute, and free fell.
"Oh no!"
she cried out. Madeline saw it too. They had closed the distance a little more, and they could tell who was who.
"That's Eric!"
Madeline shouted, pointing at the falling person. Dina veered in Eric's direction. Eric was free-falling fast. The wind was strong. It pushed Kieran's parachute in another direction. In front of their astonished eyes, Kieran ripped off his parachute and free fell toward Eric.
"Eric isn't conscious,"
Madeline shouted.
"God damn it!"
Dina cursed and spread her wings. Kieran closed the distance with Eric, and once he grabbed Eric's hand, he ejected his second emergency parachute. It took off with the wind, but they still descended rapidly toward the fast-running creek down the hill. Dina changed her flight path. On the ground, Madeline had changed direction so that when Kieran and Eric landed on the bank of the creek, she would be right there. The creek dropped down about 50 feet, and a hanging bridge hung precariously from one side to the other. The wind carried Kieran's parachute, crashing it into the bridge and tangling it in the bridge's steel wires. Before Kieran could do anything, Madeline was on the bridge, charging toward them. The parachute was tearing with the weight of the 2 men dangling in the strong wind. Eric was dead weight, as he was still unconscious. Kieran couldn't climb up with one hand on the tearing parachute and the other hand holding Eric. Madeline dove over and grabbed Kieran's hand before it slid off the parachute. The momentum pushed her over the edge of the bridge. She dangled by one hand with the weight of 2 men below her. "Let go of my hand, Madeline," Kieran shouted.
"It's too high to drop to the water,"
Madeline said.
"I can take care of both of us, but not if you fall too. Let go."
"No, Dina will come soon."
"We're too heavy for her."
"I can't let go of you two."
It's too high to fall from here. We need another lifter. Dina can help. Before Madeline could say anything further, the weight caused her to lose her grip on the bridge. The three of them fell, but still hung together like a human string flying in the wind. Dina flew over and grabbed Madeline's hand just before gravity dragged them all down. She flapped her wings rapidly, but the wings designed to carry her tiny body couldn't lift the weight of the three additional people, in addition to the force of the strong wind. They descended rapidly downward to the cold water, heading toward a small waterfall 100 yards in front of them.
Just slow our falling speed to lessen the impact when we hit. We should be okay to swim when we get to the water,
Kieran shouted up.
That's the plan,
Dina responded, cursing the rainwater smashing into her face. She had to use both hands to get a good grip on Madeline's hand, so she didn't have a spare hand to wipe the moisture from her eyes. She couldn't see where they were flying, but she knew it was downward.
Eric is heating up,
Kieran called from below her.
How many times already? You think he'll travel?
Madeline asked.
I don't know how many times, but it doesn't matter. I think he'll travel very soon,
Kieran said. Dina knew Kieran was right. Whenever Eric's body heated up, he time traveled, carrying whoever was in contact with him through the time travel as well. It had happened before with Madeline. Time traveling would be fun if Eric were in control of it. It was bad enough that he couldn't control it when he was conscious. Now being unconscious, Dina had no idea where this would take them. Kieran called again.
I can't let go of Eric. If he drops to the water now, he'll drown. Let go of my hand, Madeline.
If he travels, I'll have to go with you. I can mind navigate, you can't,
Madeline said. Dina flapped her wings harder, but it didn't help the situation. If they landed faster, as soon as they were on safe ground, Kieran could let go of Eric's hand. Dina folded her wings and stopped flying. They fell faster. But it was too late. She saw a flash of white light coming from beneath them, and then everything turned white. Chapter 7. Helpless. Cooper cursed himself, letting out a stream of profanity he didn't know he was capable of while running toward the creek. He couldn't compare himself to Kieran or Madeline. They had supernatural power. He didn't. Dina had no magical power, but she could fly with her artificial wings. She was very helpful and could do amazing things he couldn't.
Damn it!
He cursed again at the fact that he was forced to run on the ground like an ordinary human being. Jenny almost beat him in the race to the creek. He could see Kieran in the distance, and Eric and Dina flew through the air in scattered flying paths that made no sense to him. He ran in the general direction of the creek and darted over to the edge. Jenny flopped down next to him. About 20 feet below, Eric, Kieran, Madeline, and Dina vanished into thin air.
Shit! They've time-traveled,
he muttered.
What?
Jenny asked incredulously.
Calm down. They've done it before. Eric has done it countless times and returned safely. Last time he brought Madeline with him, and they both came back just fine, so you don't have to worry. Your brother will return safely.
Cooper?
Yes, Jenny.
You're the one who needs to calm down.
All right. Okay. We'll just stay here and wait.
Cooper knew if he went into his normal brooding mode right now, number one, it wouldn't help the situation, and number two, it worried him how it would affect Jenny's thoughts of him. There was no room for worries now. He had to do what he always did best to save his friends. Investigate.
I have to toogle,
he said.
You have to what?
I have to search a multiversal open data portal. I have a theory about what's happening.
So it's like Googling? I mean,
Searching for an internet data portal on Earth? Cooper shrugged and switched on his wrist unit. What's your theory? Is there anything I can do to help? Jenny asked. Well, Erete challenged Kieran, Udays, and Eric to the hologame, betting on the Earth's population to make them sweat. I originally thought he was taking advantage of Kieran's and Eric's connections to humans, but now I think Arete himself has connections to both humans and the multiverse. Also, he was looking for something very specific inside Monseal, something that might connect to the past. That's why he manipulated Eric's brainwaves and made him time travel. My brother must have found whatever Arete was looking for inside Monseal, and that thing triggered his travel. Cooper nodded. Yes, it's a possibility. But their manipulation of Eric's wristband was done in Udays, right in front of Kieran's backyard. Infiltrating the Udasian system is almost impossible, so I'm thinking that this is quite an elaborate scheme, much larger than the hologame challenge, and Arete might not be the key player. So the multiversal hologame might be just a decoy. Precisely, Cooper sighed. I think Arete's endgame crosses multiple worlds. Jenny frowned. I thought the multiverse crossed multiple worlds already. Not necessarily. I'm not an expert on metaphysical matters. We're better off discussing this with Kieran, if we can find him. It looks like we're not the only ones wanting to find him. Jenny tilted her chin toward a stretch of land on the middle of the hillside, halfway down to the creek. Cooper squinted. Indeed, he said. A space creature in human shape was searching the area where their friends had just vanished into another time dimension. As they spoke, the creature's head jerked up, and its striking yellow eyes stared straight at them. Cooper immediately pulled Jenny back from the edge of the cliff, just before the creature leaped into the air and landed right in front of them. It stood tall, upright. Its shape flickered several times, then settled as an 8-foot-tall man with an ancient face, long gray hair, and dark, evil eyes. Sensing Jenny wanted to step forward, Cooper shoved her back behind him. He would face her wrath later, but this creature wasn't ordinary. There was no way he'd let her fight it, even with her earthly martial arts skills. So you can fly without wings. Any other tricks? He asked.
Where did they go?
The man croaked out in a strange voice.
Why do you look like you're from Lord of the Rings, but speak like you're from Planet of the Apes? Jenny asked.
What does that even mean? Cooper asked. The man growled.
I am not an ape.
Jenny spoke between clenched teeth to Cooper.
I'm just buying time. How fast can you run?
I'm not going to run.
Where did they go, Cooper Donovan?
Cooper turned and looked at the creature. It knew his name. He'd better be careful. The creature in an old man's form might be able to read minds. He refrained from any further thoughts. Well, I know where they've gone, but if I tell you, I'm sure you'll kill us. Arete. The old man smirked, and his face seemed to grow even more ancient. Cooper could tell Arete was impressed. Cooper continued. You've done your homework, so there's no point in me beating around the bush. I don't care at all what you want with the hologame. I'm on a job and got tangled up in this mess. If you compensate me for my loss of income and agree to let my business partner return to Elos safely, I'll tell you where they've gone.
Agreed,
Arete said. Well, I can't take you on your word. I need it in writing. And I need the money wired immediately. Now, I take multiversal currency.
How much do you want?
100,000. Arete smirked again.
No problem.
Cooper nodded and grinned. He pulled out an electronic notepad. All right, sign here. My account number is there. I need proof of a successful transaction before I'll give you any information."
Arete nodded. Cooper gave him the pad. As soon as they were within arm's reach, Cooper pulled his gun and shot Arete in the face. The laser cut a hole in Arete's head from the front to the back. Cooper fired again, and this time the beam sliced off half his head. Arete's body sparked with electric current. Then he crumbled to the ground, and his body disintegrated.
"You've killed—"
Before Jenny could finish her sentence, Cooper grabbed her hand and charged toward an inland field.
"What are you doing?"
Jenny asked while following him.
"I don't have the money for an express or exclusive vessel. We'll have to catch the public multiversal transport. You have to come with me to Elos. Once we're inside the border, we'll be protected. Those shots destroyed Arete's body for now, but he'll return again very soon."
"You're saying he's invincible?"
"Not invincible. I just don't know how to kill him."
"How do we get to the transport?"
Cooper stopped running. He turned around and held Jenny's hands.
"Do you trust me?"
She looked into his eyes.
"Yes."
"Okay. I'll take you the way I came. It won't be glamorous, but it's relatively safe. Ready?"
She nodded.
"Close your eyes."
She followed his instructions. He kissed her cheek quickly, then teleported to the transitional zone of the multiverse, grinning foolishly on the way. Chapter 8. Madeline opened her eyes, immediately registering the unfamiliar surroundings and the time-traveling experience. Unlike the previous trip with Eric, where they had been transported to the past in an instant without losing consciousness, this time was different. It seemed as if they had traveled through a passage of emptiness. There had been no sound, no sense of anything, and certainly there were no memories. She sat straight up and saw a small bushland on the right and a hillside sloping slightly toward the left. She couldn't tell where they were, but she was sure they were no longer in England. Then she felt the pain. It wasn't from travel. It was from loss, the emptiness of losing something very important in her life. She couldn't figure out what the exact feeling was, but she knew she had experienced it before and had no desire to feel it again. There were both perks and curses when you were a psychic, and her current experience was the latter. Eric and Dina sprung to their feet, panting.
"We just time-traveled as a group. It's okay. Don't freak out," Eric said.
"I'm not. We were flying in the air just a moment ago, and I'm just a bit disoriented. You were unconscious. Do you know where you've transported us?"
Dina asked.
"You're bleeding, Eric,"
Madeline said. Eric tugged at the collar of his shirt and looked at his shoulder. There were bloodstains on his shirt. The hole on the shirt made it look as if he had been shot, but he had no wound.
"Well, I guess only my shirt was hurt," he said.
Madeline looked down and saw Kieran on the ground. Her feeling of loss started to make sense. The last time she had experienced that sensation was at the finality of the Damon Gate tests with Kieran, when she saw him die in front of her, and there was nothing she could do about it. The pain of the memories was terrifying. In front of Monsieur, both she and Kieran had their Yude key on to enhance their power. That was how Kieran had been able to shoot through the air holding Eric, and that was how she had gotten to them at the creek in time. She was sure her Yude key was off now. She flopped to the ground, yanked Kieran's shirt open at the chest, and saw the faint mark of his Yude key point intact.
"So he's fine. He isn't dead,"
she exhaled in relief.
"Is he injured?"
Dina asked.
"Not physically, but I don't know what's going on."
Madeline shook Kieran's shoulders.
"Come on, Kieran." "Can you tell where we are now, Eric?"
Dina asked. Eric was surveying the landscape. He shook his head.
"Too hard to tell with the trees and grass. It all looks the same. Animals would look the same too. If we saw a dinosaur running out from the bush, that would be different. But here, I need to see people and some buildings, or some kind of civil activities to tell the era. On the ground, Kieran stirred.
There you are.
Madeline helped him sit up. He looked around groggily. Dina crouched.
How are you feeling?
She asked.
You must have hit your head on the flight.
She smiled with concern. Kieran smiled back politely and rubbed his head. Madeline helped him stand up. He swayed a bit and then steadied himself. He looked at Dina again, and then Eric, and then he looked back at Madeline. Thanks, Lucy. This is embarrassing. How did I hit my head? Kieran said to Madeline with a heavy American accent.
Excuse me?
Madeline said. Kieran lowered his voice, glancing at Eric and Dina. Are they the secret contacts you talked about, Lucy? Madeline was speechless. Eric immediately figured out what was going on. He approached quickly, reaching his hand out to Kieran for a handshake. Eric, nice to meet you. No, we're just friends, not secret contacts. He offered a wide grin. Robert, Kieran said and shook Eric's hand. Dina shoved her way in, standing in front of Madeline, and reached her hand out as well.
Dina Greenwoods. I'm sure we've met before. You're one of the Donovans, right?
Kieran, as Robert, chuckled. Oh, no. If I had met a beautiful lady like you, I would certainly remember. I'm a Lincoln. Oh, fuck, Eric exclaimed. When Kieran raised an eyebrow, Eric gave an apology. I've left my travel documentation at the hotel. I put it in the safe, then forgot about it when I checked out. Madeline's head was spinning, as was her world. This was unprecedented. The fact that people who time-traveled with Eric took on real roles in the past. Did that mean they couldn't come back to 2017 from whatever year it was now? When Kieran died at the Damon Gate, it was the physical loss of him that pained her. She didn't know what kind of loss this was. What was she to him at this moment as Lucy? Were they together? Judging by his manner, Lucy and Robert weren't exactly intimate. Unsure how to handle the situation and the role she was supposed to take, she looked away, trying to avoid conversation. Kieran said, All right, although I don't know where we are and why we're wearing these strange clothes, I'm going to take Lucy home first, and then give you a lift to the hotel. He turned toward Madeline, thinking she was Lucy, and gave her the crook of his elbow. Ready to go home, Miss Hale? Madeline smiled and glanced quickly at Eric and Dina. If they were to hail a taxi, she would be in trouble. Where does Lucy live? Who is she? Madeline summoned all her energy and wheeled a psychic channel into Eric's mind, hoping for some information. It bounced. Damn. She did it again with Dina. Dina clicked. Madeline sent her message channeling to Dina's mind. I have no idea what to do, she said. I can't take him to a home I don't know. Dina winked. Getting the hint, Madeline peeked into Dina's mind again and saw a word, faint. Madeline slumped to the ground, pretending to pass out. She heard Dina's voice say, Oh dear, I told her she had to drink more water. This play consumes a lot of energy. She was dehydrated? Are you sure? I dislike the idea of bringing her to the hospital, Kieran said. Yes, I'm sure, Dina said. She needs only rest. I'll take her home. Her father has access to the best private doctors. I don't think she'd like that. What do you mean, Dina? She told me they've just had a disagreement. She didn't say what it was about, but I'm sure she wouldn't want to be taken home like this. All right, I'll take her to my place. Is it nearby? Eric asked. I have no idea where we are, but let's get to the road."
Madeline felt herself lifted, and then she was held comfortably in the familiar arms of her husband.
"I'll get my document later. Let me give you a hand with this," Eric said. "I'll call for our family doctor when we get home."
No need, I'm a doctor," Eric said. "And I'm a nurse," Dina said.
"Right then. I won't call the doctor. But what were we doing in this bush at this time of day? Which play were you talking about?"
"You don't remember anything?" Dina asked.
"No. Unfortunately, as you said, I must have hit my head hard. I was talking to Lucy in the courtyard at my place. She said she wanted me to meet someone. And then this. I don't remember anything else."
"But you remember your name," Dina said. "Wrong one anyway."
"Excuse me?"
Kieran asked.
Eric cut in. "We were rehearsing a play. It's a futuristic story, hence the strange clothes," Eric said. "It's amateurish, of course. We're doing it for charity to support your father's campaign, and you're not playing, you were just standing in today." "Of course, I'm no good at acting," Kieran muttered, his eyes darkening a shade.
"Oh, an animal-powered vehicle is coming," Dina shouted.
"That's what it's called in the play," Eric cut in. "She means a carriage. Dina takes her part very seriously."
Chapter 9. Charmaine awakened and stared straight up at the stone ceiling of a dark cell that reeked of mold, rotten corpses, and sewage. She didn't know which smell was worse, but it didn't matter. Thirst burned her throat, but she would rather go to hell than drink the water in the puddle next to her, formed by the water trickling down from above. She could feel a chilled, toxic mist seeping up from the floor. Someone or something was chanting from above. The humming noise of a praying crowd crept into the cell. She must be underground. She moved her body. The pain stabbing at her brain told her she was very much alive. She rubbed gently at her tummy.
"How are you, my sweet child?"
She refused to believe their child hadn't survived. She recalled vividly how she had plunged the knife into her evil sorceress sister for the second time. There was no dark magic that could save Luna from that injury. Charmaine didn't regret many things in life, until now, and it wasn't killing her sister. She should have taken her apprenticeship in the House of Gods more seriously. That would have stopped Luna from cursing their child, or at least she would have known how to break the curse. She sat up in her cell. Her mind was crystal clear despite her body being numb with agony. Luna had broken her right leg, twisted her flesh and bone into an unrecognizable mess. Dried bloodstains clung to her white dress, rubbing at whatever was left of her skin. She used her arms to push herself to a sitting position against the wall. Who had saved her and then locked her in here, she wondered. Charmaine knew that with a stab wound so severe, Luna was dead, but she didn't know the spiritual consequences of her actions. Then just before her world blurred into oblivion, someone had stood behind her and ripped Luna's heart out with bare hands, or claws. A monster? Charmaine shook her head. It couldn't be. Why her? She had nothing to give anyone except for a soon-to-be swollen tummy. She had no profession, no possessions, no magic, and no other supernatural power whatsoever. She sighed.
"What would you like to do when you grow up, child? Do you want to be an angel like your father?"
She couldn't help but smile when she thought of her husband. She refused to believe he was dead. Luna had lied to her. All she had was a bloody feather. Shael would come to save her and their child. He was an angel, and his family was most important for him to protect. But she needed to protect herself until he came for her. Angels couldn't bring you back from death. She knew that much by eavesdropping on important meetings in the House of Gods. A door slid open at the far end of the dark dungeon, and 2 men in long hooded cloaks walked in. Now she could see clearer. Along the dungeon hall were the cells of other prisoners. She wasn't sure what kind of creatures they were, but they reached out their hands, or things that looked like hands, maybe tentacles, and tried to grab the 2 men. The men ignored them and walked straight to her cell. From outside the steel-barred wall, they stood and looked at her. It was too dark for her to make out their faces.
"She's awake now,"
one croaked out.
"Where am I? What do you want from me?"
"And she speaks,"
the other man said.
"I'm not speaking. I'm asking questions. I ask, and you answer. That's communication, based on the House of God's etiquette. You don't want to disrespect me and anger the gods," she said.
Both men laughed.
"She's quite a tough bitch, isn't she?"
One man said.
"It's a pity we don't care about her. So what do you think? Is she tough enough that the curse didn't work on the child?"
The other man shook his head.
"Hard to tell. I'll check with Master. He always knows what to do."
"I need clean clothes, water, and a clean bed,"
Charmine demanded. The other man chuckled.
"She's funny, too."
A loud bang echoed in the dungeon, and sounds of panic, chaos, and fear followed.
"Shit! What is that?"
a man asked.
"Whatever it is, doesn't sound good. We've got to get out of here." "Wait, what about her?"
the other asked, but opened the cell without waiting for a response. Despite verbal abuse and punches and slaps of protest, which barely created a scratch on the man's scarred skin, she was flung over his shoulder, and he walked out of the cell.
"If this place crumbles, she, or rather the thing inside her, is our ticket for survival at Master's hands. You'll thank me later."
He walked past the other man, heading toward the only exit from the dungeon. She couldn't see what was ahead because of the way she was being carried, but she thought they were about halfway through the corridor. The noise in the dungeon suddenly subsided. She couldn't hear the person entering, but could tell the power of that person by the pressure in the air and the reaction of the prisoners. The man carrying her stepped backward slightly. Then she heard a calm, deep, and powerful male voice. As soon as he spoke, even the insects in the dungeon didn't dare utter a sound.
"Release the prisoners, and I'll let you live."
She didn't know what kinds of creatures the prisoners were, but she recognized their sounds of ultimate joy. The man holding her captive hesitated, then put her down to the floor. While the 2 men walked past all the cells and opened the doors, she had a full view of the one who had just come to release them all. He looked to be human, in his 40s, and incredibly formidable. Although he looked human, the aura around him suggested he was not. Familiar with the House of Gods, she had learned a lot. He didn't have magical energy, but he wasn't human. When all the released prisoners had exited the dungeon, the man glanced around. Pleased with what he saw, he turned to leave. The 2 men who had captured her turned to her. She scooched herself backward on the floor, then grabbed a huge piece of dried bone and brandished it at them.
"Don't touch me!"
she shouted. The formidable man stopped at the door of the dungeon. He turned around and came back. He could see now she couldn't walk with her injured leg. He pointed at the man who had carried her before. "You, take her out of here." "Who do you think we are? I don't take commands from you," the man said. "You know who I am. That's why you obeyed me before." He pointed at the other man. "Maybe it's your turn now. You take her. Or maybe I should say, whoever takes her out of here will live. If I carry her, I'll have no free hands. You'll attack me. The easiest solution for me is to kill you both and carry her out. But I don't want to kill if it's not necessary." The second man muttered some profanity, but appeared to obey. Suddenly, she was engulfed with a strange, muddy smell that seemed to come from nowhere. She felt a presence, but couldn't see anything. She pointed the bone at the approaching man.
"No, I can't let them touch me."
Standing at a distance, the man who had carried her before pulled a small knife and stabbed into what appeared to be thin air. A stream of slimy green liquid spurted out, shooting into the face of her savior. He rubbed at his eyes and staggered backward. The two men charged at him in attack. Their skin glowed in shimmering yellow shades, and they started to change into lizard-like shapes. Seeing her savior slump to the floor, Charmine held up the bone.
"Stop right there! One more step and I'll curse my own child. You know I'm from the house of gods. You know if I curse my own child, there will be no cure."
"You won't," a man in half-creature shape growled. She spoke through her tears.
"I have nothing to lose. I'll curse my child and kill myself. Even if your master could retrieve the child from within my body, there would be nothing he could do. You know I'm telling the truth."
"She's right,"
a voice said.
"No, she's bluffing, you idiot."
She raised the bone higher.
"In the name of the gods, in the name of the angels, I, Charmine—"
No, stop. What do you want?" Before she could answer, her savior darted at them. With 2 swings of his glowing sword, their 2 bodies dropped in 4 pieces on the muddy floor. He retracted his sword and turned toward her. "Well, I guess I'll have to carry you out of here."
"Thank you for saving my life."
"No, you saved yourself. You're one brave woman. I might have to borrow your eyes. I still can't see anything."
"All right, over here."
He came to her, groping on the floor. She grabbed his hands to give him guidance. He lifted her up and started walking.
"Straight ahead," she said. "Where did that green poison come from? It seemed to come from nowhere."
The man chuckled. "You obviously don't know where you are. This is Zilog, the land of multiversal outlaws. This dimension is notorious for its elusive properties. If you're an outsider, you will never see anything real. The creatures with poisonous blood were standing right in front of us, but we couldn't see them." He hit his head on a low-arched door. "Ouch!"
"I'm sorry. I meant to say watch your head. That doorway is real."
He shook his head, smiling. "I can see about 10% now." He glanced down at her face. "You must be good at playing games."
"Why do you say that?"
"That cursing trick can only fool children."
"You think I was bluffing about cursing my child?"
Curses exist only in fairy tales.
Not in my world. I guess if you really believe it, though, I shouldn't call it bluffing. I'm sorry."
She said nothing. This man obviously wasn't from her world. She was wondering if she went with him to his world, wherever that was, could she erase the curse Luna had put on her child?
Do you believe in miracles?"
Yes, but it doesn't mean I can do magic. I bluffed the curse on my child when those creatures wanted to attack you, but I don't know magic. My fake curse wouldn't work on my child anyway.
He laughed so heartily that he almost dropped her. Two men came from around the corner ahead as they approached what appeared to be a hillside. A man said,
"Cypher 3, we've cleared the right wing. Oh, are you okay?"
His voice trailed off when he saw the green substance and the condition of her savior's eyes.
"I'm fine. Please take my guest to the capsule. Register her to a guest chamber. Be careful. She's injured. I need to wash my eyes."
The man looked at her.
"You let me know if it hurts, ma'am."
Where are we going?
Udays.
Is that a country?
Slightly larger than a country.
Larger than Earth?
It's a universe. Much larger than Earth. But comparison on a physical scale is not accurate. Cypher 3 can explain to you much better than I can.
What's a Cypher? A guardian angel?
He laughed.
Yes, that description would work. But the Udasian Council doesn't approve of magical matters.
What do you mean?
Udays has little tolerance for creatures who call themselves magical. Angels, witches, sorcerers. We've had negative experiences with them.
Charmine smiled and nodded, making a mental note not to reveal her true identity to her savior too soon. Chapter 10. Madeline kept her eyes closed, but alerted her senses to gather information about the situation. Her mind-tracking ability wasn't working right now. She drew in the sense of the room Kieran had brought her to. The scent of luxurious wallpaper and scented candle wax hovered in the air. The crackling sound of a fire in a fireplace was gentle, homey, and welcoming. She didn't know who Robert was. Regardless of how enticing the place was and how warm Robert was to her, or rather to Lucy, she didn't belong here. Neither did Kieran. Hearing footsteps walking away, she opened one eye and then the other. Dina was standing right next to her bed, and Eric was peeking outside the room.
"All right, he's away from the corridor,"
Eric said. Madeline sat up.
What were the meds you asked, Kieran?
Robert, Dina cut in.
Well, Kieran as Robert to get for me?
I have no idea. Dina gave me the formula,
Eric said.
It's Elos' special meat pie. The ingredients are exotic. I'm sure they cannot find them on Earth.
Madeline shook her head.
All right. Now they're trying to make an impossible entree. We can buy some time with that. Can you tell what time period we're in, Eric?
I don't know the precise time, but if I'm not mistaken, we're in Abraham Lincoln's time. Robert Lincoln is Abraham Lincoln's eldest son. I recognized the name when he introduced himself.
Eric walked around, looking at pictures on the wall to gather as much information as possible.
The 16th President of the United States? When you time travel, you land at the time of significant historical events.
It's the Civil War? Madeline asked.
That was an important event, but under Lincoln's government, there were many other important events. Any of those could change American history.
Dina jabbed at her wrist unit.
I'm sorry for my ignorance, and I don't mean to alienate you, but I am kind of alien here. I don't know American history at all.
I'd searched my databank, but there's no network available.
Don't worry, Dina. We humans should be able to figure out our own history, Eric said.
Madeline paced the room. What was the most significant event during the Lincoln presidency, apart from the Civil War?
Well, it could be we're meant to stop the Civil War. That's what happens every time I travel, right?
Eric raked his hands through his hair. We're not supposed to change history. We talked about this, Eric, Madeline said.
Dina shook her head. I know you're both concerned about time-traveling rules and principles, but this is an exceptional case. Common time traveling doesn't involve travelers taking roles at the destination without knowing what's going on, like Kieran is now.
Eric nodded. And worse, Madeline is supposed to take Lucy's role from Kieran's, or Robert's, perspective, but she isn't.
Plus, we're all aware of the situation. But Kieran isn't, Madeline said.
I think this is another elaborate attempt to manipulate us for the multiversal hologame challenge.
Dina nodded. I agree. Do you know who Lucy is, Eric?
He shook his head.
Well, I'm not a walking, talking history book. Whoever she was involved with Robert in a significant way. A sort of relationship that might create a turn in history.
How about a significant date? Would that help? Madeline asked.
Eric nodded.
Dina rolled her eyes. Another time and date conversion. I really miss my databank.
Well, we can use low-tech information, commonly known as a wall calendar, Dina, Eric said, strolling toward the paper calendar on the wall in the corner of the room.
Madeline followed, frowning at the empty calendar on the wall. You're saying Robert is Abraham Lincoln's son? So he would take an important role in politics. I've never seen a politician's calendar so clean.
Eric chuckled. Well, maybe it's just a decorative item.
Then he continued.
As it's not so clean.
He pointed to a needle hole on a date. Someone threw a dart at it? Madeline asked.
Eric nodded. It's not the throwing, but rather the pulling out that I'm more concerned about. There must be a debate, a negotiation, or a consideration of some sort about an action on this particular date.
Dina cleared her throat. When they turned to face her, they saw her curled comfortably on the reading chair with a soft cashmere throw wrapped around her shoulders. May I distract you for just a nanosecond of a multiversal time slot? She asked. To ask what happened inside Monsieur? What caused the one-of-a-kind capsule to explode and shoot through the air? How did we end up transported here, Eric?
All I can remember is that Lindsay was either threatened or paid to get the jar of potion I compounded based on Juliet's formula. He called it the primer, I think.
The primer? Kieran never mentioned he was looking for the primer inside Monsieur, Dina exclaimed.
I don't think he knew what he was after in Juliet's lab, Eric said.
Madeline shook her head. He knew. He knew it damn well, but he decided not to tell us.
She took a deep breath, a technique she often used to staunch unwanted tears.
Madeline, what's up? Dina asked. Juliet and Kieran shared a passion for alchemy and modern chemistry. She developed a primer and was trying to feed it to him, even when she was half dead and universes away. I don't know what the primer was, but even back then, Kieran was reluctant to talk about it. I think he was afraid of something.
If he was afraid, it must be freaking nasty. Do you know what the primer might be, Dina? Eric said.
Given the situation, I'm guessing the primer is used for multiversal transformation. In a nutshell, it's extremely dangerous and very unpredictable.
It's going to explode? 'Cause the last thing I remember is Kieran holding it in his hand. He might have put it in his pocket, Eric said.
No, that's not why it's dangerous.
The transformative properties must be triggered. If the jar explodes, it won't trigger transformative properties. It'll look like an ordinary bomb, like a grenade. That's nothing to Kieran. But he's not Kieran now. He thinks he's Robert. And God help me if he thinks the jar in his pocket is merely cologne, Eric said. Do you know how to trigger the primer, Dina? Madeline asked. Yes, but I need a lab. And Kieran's help. Madeline strode toward the door. What are you doing, Madeline? Eric asked. I'm going to find Kieran and take him back where he belongs. She exited the room and stared down a long, desolate hallway. She had no clue where Kieran had gone. Chapter 11. Shael collapsed his wings and glanced around to ensure no creatures had seen him arrive. Zelok was a place for multiversal outlaws, not angels. His light hair and complexion and his angelic looks made him stick out like a sore thumb. He didn't care to be attacked by Zelok creatures. He had been to many places on various missions and had opened his mind to a world of possibilities beyond the world God wanted him to protect. Once he had been out in the multiverse, it was hard to see his missions in the same way. There were many worlds and different types of creatures who served many gods. Among those who worshipped no one were Zelok citizens. They held no religious beliefs and hence held no moral standards of good or evil. They could kill without worrying that they might upset a superior force. He arrived at the entrance of a cave and looked up at a magnificent double door in the formation of two stone wings, spreading wide, pointing to the dark sky. He knew the door was an illusion. He saw only what his mind wanted to see. Zelok citizens could see the real landscape, but all an outsider could do was to try his best not to drop into any oblivion traps. The winged stone doors opened as he approached. He entered the cave, flanked by illuminating bluestone, and arrived at a corner where he found a small residential setting with humble stone furniture. A man sat on a chair next to a table, focusing on a boiling teapot. He greeted Shael without looking up.
I told you about this day, didn't I, Shael?
You summoned me here, Asana. Asana laughed and turned around.
Your God would summon you. I just called an old friend.
I am in a difficult situation.
Yes, I know. But you came when I asked for your help. It's been hundreds of years, and you have never changed.
What do you need? It sounded urgent.
I'm sorry about Charmin.
He stared at Asana. His childhood friend was now in the form of a 100-year-old Zelok shaman. His appearance had changed greatly, and he had aged a lot. But his sharp eyes were still the same, focused and intense.
How did you know? A little bird told me a beautiful angel had been captured and was being held in the dungeon of a nearby county.
Shael whirled around. That's my wife. Where is she? Asana shook his head.
I was too late when I came to rescue her. She was captured, again by someone else. By the time I called you, they had taken her out of Zelok.
She's alive. I can tell.
Yes, you are right. She's alive because she's carrying a precious piece of property that every creature wants.
Our child isn't property. I don't have time for this, Asana. What do you want from me?
I want to help. I don't know who took her from here, but I know who took her from Earth.
It's Rolex. I know.
So what's the news?
He defeated you.
Rolex beat me once, but only because my guard was down. It won't happen again. Tell me why you want me, or I'm out of here. Now.
You let your guard down because you were in love with Charmine. How can you be so sure it won't happen again?
It had nothing to do with Charmine. I thought I shouldn't have to protect myself around friends.
Friends?
Asana laughed.
See what that got you?
You're saying I shouldn't trust you as my friend now? I am here for you while my wife is missing. What else do you want from me regarding friendship, Asana? Asana stood so tall his head almost hit the ceiling.
You're here because you think you owe me a life, not because we're friends.
Shael turned around and punched the wall, shaking loose an illuminated candlelit stone and causing it to drop to the ground and shatter.
We should not have played that stupid zodiac game. Among the 12 of us, only you made it. Now Rolex has turned dark, and Erite is a lost cause.
Shael raised a hand, stopping Asana from speaking. What's your point? Asana glanced at the teapot to be sure it wasn't boiling over.
You owe me nothing, Shael. I pushed you through the rainbow of light because I believed you could make it. I and others weren't going to make it. I hoped when you became an angel, you'd help us. And you did. You gave me another life, a second chance here. So I'll return the favor now.
Asana removed the teapot from the fire and poured it into a jar of potion. The liquid bubbled up a bit and then simmered down into a liquid of a light golden color. He gave it to Shael. Shael raised an eyebrow. A healing compound? He asked.
You could say so. It's a compound that helps creatures move between worlds and transform without harm, especially for those with a traveler's spirit.
Asana lowered his voice as he said it. Shael's eyes darkened. Asana stepped back and continued.
I know about Charmine's origins. I know you smuggled her into the world of the gods without jumping through the light the way you did. And because of that, she never properly transformed. She wasn't made for being an angel.
Before Shael could react, Asana raised a hand to stop him.
I told you, I am your friend, perhaps the one and only in this universe. The fact that I knew and did nothing proves my friendship and my loyalty to you. Your secret is safe with me.
Shael calmed down and nodded. So I do owe you. Shael raised the jar of potion to the level of his eyes and looked at the still warm liquid. But how does this potion help Charmine?
I thought about this when I heard she had been taken out of Zilok via the Daemon Gate. Only privileged member universes have access to the Daemon Gate. I'm sure you know this. So that means she has been transported out of the magical world of the gods.
So if she survives being transported out of the magical world, taking your potion would help me to bring her back properly? Asana smiled.
Yes, and then she can be properly transformed into an angel.
What's in this for you, Asana? Asana sat down on an illuminated stone bench.
My time is almost up. After I die, I'd like you to take me back to Earth, burn my body, and let my ashes scatter in the wind in the place where we played the Zodiac game.
I could take you back right now so that you can live on Earth.
What year is it now on Earth?
1864. Shael shook his head. I'm sorry for my ignorance. You are long past the normal human lifespan.
Asana shrugged.
I like it here. I'm useful as a shaman. You should go now. There are many thousands of member universes of the Daemon Gate. It will take time to find out which one Charmine has been taken to.
He stood and saw Shael to the door. Asana came back inside. He sat down and stared for a long time at a large stone vase in the corner. Then he opened the lid of the vase. When a colorful snake rose up from it, he grabbed its neck and took it to the fireplace, where he had made the potion before and placed it in the pot. A short moment later, the snake slithered away, vanishing through a gap at the base of the stone wall. Chapter 12. Eric felt them coming, the incredible and uncontrollable heat waves that burned his body and mind. There was nothing he could do about it. He knew he would lose consciousness soon. He braced his hands on the wall next to the calendar he was examining, and he saw a blurry date going in and out of focus, 1864. The calendar and the date glared at him, zooming in and out, as if in an extremely fast sequence of camera snaps. He could hear his heart rate intensifying, beating in tune with a clock ticking on the wall, and feel the sweat trickling down his forehead.
Eric, are you okay?
He wanted to respond, but no words came out of his mouth. It felt as if thousands of needles were jabbing at his brain. He was breathless with the sensation. Eric shook his head.
Look at me, Eric, please.
He grabbed his head and felt a strong pull to fly. He knew it was the urge to travel back to 2017. The same sensation had occurred every time he was pulled to travel to the past, but never on the return trip. The returns were always instant, smooth, and fast. Still, whichever way it went, he had no control over this process. He had the daunting feeling that if he resisted this pull, his head was going to explode. He fell to the floor.
You're heating up. Tell me what's happening, Eric.
He felt Dina's hands grabbing his.
I'm returning. Leaving.
No, you can't. You'll leave Madeline and Kieran here. You're the vessel. You transported them here, and you have to bring them back.
I can't control it.
You can. Just open your eyes and look at me.
He tried and saw a blast of bright light that shocked his system.
I can't see a thing. My head is going to explode.
Well, it will if you let it, Eric. You have to take control of your mind. You have to tell it how you want it to work. It's your mind, for pity's sake.
I can't.
He felt her hands pinning his to the floor.
It's your mind. You control it. No creature in the multiverse has the right to manipulate anyone's mind without consent. And you didn't consent to any of this.
I don't know what I did or didn't do anymore.
The pain was unbearable. It felt as if his brain was squeezing itself out of his skull.
You're a very strong human, Eric. Don't let anything from the multiverse control you.
I can't help it.
Now, Eric, I want you to open your eyes and see my face. You have to want to see me to do it. Your vision is your first sense, and you are in control of it. Don't just accept whatever comes at you. You have to want to see me, and only me.
Her voice was soothing but determined. It was as strong as the force that was pulling at him. The pain subsided slightly. He opened his eyes, willing his mind's eye to see Dina. There she was. Big, beautiful eyes, dark and full of secrets. Pouting lips that always made him want to taste them. He was sure they would be as sweet as the lilting voice that made her sound like an Irish lullaby whenever she spoke. She smiled.
"Hello there. What are you seeing?"
"Beauty."
"Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Isn't that a common saying on earth? You see, you can do it."
Before he could respond, her image vanished, and the pain hit him as fast and as strong as an explosion. He was drifting. He heard Dina's voice from a distance.
"Can you hear me, Eric?"
"Yes." He pounded his head on the floor.
"You'll need some help to stay. Do you want to stay here for your friends?"
"Yes, but I can't control it." He pounded his head again.
"Don't do it, Eric. I'll help you. But there will be risks."
"If I die, so be it."
"No, death is the easy part, Eric. It's your mind we will be working with. It might change you."
"Okay, fine. I'll take the chance. But you have to promise me one thing."
"What?"
"If I'm out of control, in a bad way, put a bullet in my head."
"Eric!"
"Promise?"
"Fine, I promise. Now can we go ahead and do this? You're blanking out so quickly."
He nodded.
"All right, I'm going to inject you with the formula I developed. You'll feel a new sensation. Whatever direction the new sensation pulls you, you follow it. Open your mind. Relax. Follow it. And you'll be fine. Got it?"
He nodded again. He felt the prick of a needle on his neck at the jugular, and waves of coolness followed. He did what he was told. He emptied his mind, drained it of all the worries and burdens of earthly matters. He waited. Then the new sensation came. The surge of energy was overwhelmingly powerful. It filled his mind. Every cell in his body was bursting with the life force. It flowed in and out. In and out. The flow inside him stopped, creating a suction. His energy was strained, tense as a taut bow. An incredible urge to connect with and exchange energy washed over him, and he responded. He felt the cold floor, warm flesh, and soft fabric. He tasted the sweetness of feminine skin and the saltiness of sweat and tears. He smelled the tanginess of sexuality. His mind floated. His body erupted with urges to take, give, and pass on energy like a conduit. He needed to connect, and he did just that until the sensation was sated. Then he was drowsy. Calmness descended on him. After a while he opened his eyes. His mind was crystal clear. He was fully aware of his surroundings. Now he was in control of his mind and his body, as Dina had said he would be. "Where's Dina?" he thought, and sat up quickly from the floor. He looked down at his completely naked body. He grabbed his pants, which were in a crumpled heap on the floor nearby, and slid them on. He scrambled up to his feet and saw Dina sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smile on her face. She was fully dressed, but her hair was tousled. Her lips were slightly swollen, and the top button of her blouse was undone. Eric looked down at his body, then back at Dina. Her smile continued. He prowled around the room, then came back, crouching in front of the sofa. He remembered the strong force of the activity, whatever it was. He remembered his hands pressing hard into fragile skin, and he remembered the salty taste of sweat. And unmistakably, he remembered the taste of tears. He rubbed his thumb at the corner of her eye, where there was still a trace of a teardrop.
Did I hurt you?
No. She jerked her face away from his hand. He backed away and stood up.
Did we make love?
She smiled again and then leaned back into the sofa, buttoned up her blouse, and looked him in the eye. No, we didn't make love. We had sex. Chapter 13. At the end of the corridor, Madeline approached a door. She could hear Robert's voice from within.
I told you. They're Lucy's friends. They're fine. Good friends would not drag you into the woods for 2 days and make you stand in for a play. They don't know I'm against theater, Sam. You're not against theater. You just want to protect your father's political career. John is a danger you have to eliminate. I'm a lawyer, not a politician, and eliminating an opponent doesn't have to mean murder. Since when did you go soft? Don't judge me, Sam. I'm not judging. You'll never get over Lucy, will you? Oh, for pity's sake. She rejected you twice, and you're still being noble? This has nothing to do with Lucy. I'm not killing anyone on a hunch. Robert, you always have had good instincts, and you're a great judge of character. Tonight's rehearsal is your one and only chance to kill him. We've been working on this for weeks. Yes, and we haven't reached a definite decision. If I had enough evidence, I wouldn't hesitate to kill him. But we don't. If you can get this medicine for Lucy, it will be greatly appreciated.
Madeline sneaked closer to the door so she could hear the conversation clearer.
I told you, John Wilkes Booth isn't just an ordinary actor. You know he's up to something. You'll regret it if you don't kill him tonight, Robert.
Where is the medicine Eric gave me?
Hey, are you listening to me? What are you looking for?
A piece of paper. Eric gave me the prescribed medicine for Madeline.
Who's Madeline?
What? You just said Madeline. I don't know anyone with that name. I can't find the damn piece of paper.
Come on. Do you hear me, Robert? We've planned tonight's kill for many weeks. You vanished for 2 days, come back with Lucy and her friends, and totally changed your mind. I thought the fact that Lucy showed affection for John would give you stronger motivation.
This has nothing to do with that. She's a free woman. She can have a romance with whoever she wants. Where is that piece of paper?
What drugs are you looking for?
I'm not a doctor. How should I know? There was a clank sound, as if a hard object was slammed on a wooden table.
What is this?
Sam asked.
Smells like cheap perfume.
I don't know. Just found it in my pocket now. I have to go back to ask Eric again for the medicine. You can keep the perfume. Madeline rushed into the room and smiled as graciously as she could. Lucy, are you okay? I was just trying to get you the medicine. You scared the hell out of me, Kieran, as Robert said, rushing over to her side. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me here. Dina told me. I wouldn't care for being taken home. She looked at Sam. There's no need to get the medicine for me. By the way, the perfume is mine, Sam. Can I please have it back? Sam frowned and then gave her the jar of potion Madeline knew was the primer Kieran had taken from Monsieur. Thank you. Eric and Dina wanted to talk to you about the play. They have some important information for you, Robert, Madeline said. All right, Kieran said, and was about to follow Madeline out of the room.
Robert, we have to agree on this first,
Sam growled. It can wait.
No.
Kieran turned toward Madeline.
I'll be there to talk to Eric and Dina shortly, Lucy.
Madeline nodded and reluctantly left the room. She scurried back to the room where Eric and Dina were. As she pushed the door open, she saw Eric standing topless in the middle of the room. Dina sat on a reading chair. Madeline smelled the faint scent of sex in the air. "What happened?" she asked. Eric tossed his shirt on.
"Nothing, according to Dina,"
Eric muttered. "I didn't say it was nothing. I said you had an inaccurate understanding of the activity," Dina said. "What activity?" Madeline asked.
"Never mind,"
Eric murmured. Dina smiled. "He almost traveled back to the current time without you and Kieran. But we have it under control now. Still, we'd better get Kieran back here and stay in close proximity in case Eric has the urge to travel again."
"You're saying after all we went through, my control won't last?"
Eric exclaimed. "People are different, Eric. You might be at the tail end of the population. We're better safe than sorry. And, for your information, nothing lasts forever."
"What population? You've never tested your drug on anyone before?"
Dina had her hands on her hips. "You agreed to it. I just wanted to help. I did test the drug, though."
"On a space creature?"
"No, on a pig." Eric turned around, staring at the wall as if he could eat it alive. "Okay, that's enough, you two," Madeline said. "I'll get Kieran and come back. Here's the primer." She put the jar on the table. Dina rushed over. She picked the jar up and stared at the liquid inside. "Magnificent piece of work," she said. At the doorway, Madeline turned back and said, "Sam and Robert were planning to kill someone named John Wilkes Booth. Does that ring any bells, Eric?" Eric's eyes darkened.
"Are you sure?"
"Positive. He repeated it several times. It seems there's a love triangle going on between Lucy, John, and Robert. I think John might be winning."
"John Wilkes Booth assassinated Abraham Lincoln,"
Eric said as he strolled toward the door. "So the assassination is the significant event we're meant to fix? We have to stop Robert from killing his father's assassin and let his father be killed later? What kind of twisted joke is this?" Madeline said, trailing behind Eric.
"Welcome to the club, Madeline. It's not the first time I've had that kind of thought about twisted fate,"
Eric said. Dina followed Eric and Madeline. The trio charged down the corridor and stormed into the room where Robert and Sam were, only to find an empty room.
"If Robert kills John Wilkes Booth, Abraham Lincoln will survive that event, and that will change American history,"
Eric said. Chapter 14. Charmaine clutched at her stomach as the pain intensified. Sweat streamed down her forehead. Her vision blurred with the agony. She hadn't been settled in New Days long enough to know her way around. Everything in this place was different from her world. The chamber was small. The walls were like stone but felt as cool as metal. She reached up from the chair she was sitting on and braced her hands on the wall, finding the cool temperature helped ease her pain. "You are in discomfort, and your body temperature is 100% higher than normal. Please place your palm on the control panel for further diagnosis," said a monotone female voice coming from a smooth rectangular surface on the wall. She was startled and pushed back hard from the wall. She was off balance, and the chair tipped over, dropping her to the floor. "Dear guest, SCP-3, please place your palm on the control panel for further diagnosis. Preliminary calculation suggests there is a high probability you will
require medical assistance.
The thing that looked like a mirror was talking to her. Although she was in agony, she was sure only the Winter Queen in a fairy tale she had grown up reading would talk to a mirror on the wall. With the pain in her tummy and the slowly healing wounds on her savaged leg, she didn't need a mirror to tell her she needed help. She loved fairy tales, but talking to a mirror was neither magical nor practical right now. She shook her head to rid herself of the idea of having a conversation with an inanimate object.
Please verify your palm on the control panel immediately. Your medical issue has a high possibility of being terminal.
She was on the verge of passing out because of the pain. In Scotland, when her vicious evil sister had twisted her leg and broken it, she thought that was the most excruciating pain she had ever experienced. She was wrong. The pain she was experiencing right now was much worse. If she died here, she would never get to see Shael again. What about their child?
Where is the panel?
She asked, and wasn't surprised to hear the mirror respond.
Please follow the light,
it said. A rectangular green light appeared on the shiny surface of the mirror. She braced herself, stood up, and was about to place her palm on the panel. Then she stopped.
What sort of information will you need for your diagnosis?
The monotone voice responded.
All pertinent medical data to benchmark against our healthy Udasian model.
How detailed?
Basic details about your make, your history, cosmos, origin.
No, she muttered and put her palm down. Then the pain hit her again like a storm. She fell to the floor and almost passed out. She would rather die than have her origin exposed. She needed to leave here. She needed to stand up with her one good leg, but she failed and flopped to the floor. The steel door of the chamber slid open, and Cyphal 3 rushed in.
I heard the report and the warning signals about your condition,
he said calmly, and put her back on the chair.
I'm sorry I left you alone in the guest chamber. I should have assigned medical staff.
Did that mirror tell you? He smiled a kind-hearted, honest smile, and if she weren't committed to someone already, she thought she may have fallen for that.
Not a mirror. They call it a computer here. Its abilities are a lot more sophisticated than mere reflection. Do you mind if I place your palm on the panel for further diagnosis? The wounds on your leg are taking longer to heal than I anticipated. I don't understand how it could cause you such pain.
It's because I didn't let you use your preferred treatment method.
You must have your reasons for deciding not to receive treatments. I won't press for information you don't want to give. But the computer diagnosis suggests that your health is deteriorating. I can assure you the tests are not invasive.
She shook her head. Her vision started to blur, and she could feel herself passing out. Then she felt a lift. Cyphal 3 had forced her palm onto the shiny surface of the panel. The computer streamed out lines of text that she couldn't understand. Cyphal 3 put her back down in the chair and saw the tears gleaming in her eyes.
I apologize for doing this to you, but I can't let you die without knowing why.
He turned and glanced at the computer's results. Then his deep, dark gray eyes returned to her teary face.
I'm a traveler. Please don't tell.
Exhausted and plagued with agony, she cried. He crouched in front of her chair.
I don't care if you're a gypsy of the multiverse. My concern is that you're pregnant. I brought you here without knowing. In you days, the gestation terms are calculated by days. The child has to be taken out of the mother's body on day 3, or the mother will die in agony, and the child will perish.
What do you mean, taken out?
The child is removed from the mother's body via a delicate procedure and supported by our system until the child is strong enough to return to the mother. The process is pain-free, and the success rate is 99% if conducted in time.
Am I too late?
He nodded. I have not seen a case of survival at this late stage. He looked into her eyes. Any ordinary creature would have died already. You should have died instantly the moment I took you into this dimension. I should have been more careful.
It's a miracle.
He shook his head. I don't think so. But I didn't take you out of Zelok to see you die in your days. The justice system in this multiverse be damned.
There is no justice, even in the House of Gods.
Cypher 3 held her right hand and snapped a square pad on her wrist. The pain subsided instantly. I apologize again. This is the treatment you have been refusing. Being a traveler will get you killed in the wider multiverse. But I assure you that will not happen in my universe. We don't discriminate.
How can you be so sure?
There is nothing I can say with certainty. But I will find a way to save you, and your child. She shook her head. Now that the pain had turned into a mist, her mind started to clear. This was the first time she'd been able to take a good look at Cypher 3. Strong, masculine face, striking gray eyes, dark hair, and the body of a warrior. He looked as young as Shael, but while Shael had an angelic gleam of light around him, Cypher 3 had an authoritative aura, one that she could tell made people want to obey him.
My origin wasn't the only issue that held me back from receiving treatments. I know you don't believe in magic, and Udays doesn't support magical creatures, but my child was cursed. I need to find my husband. He knows how to deal with this problem. I won't let my child come into any world carrying a curse.
Cypher 3 stared at her for a brief second, as if he didn't know what to say. Then he nodded. So it's not just a matter of belief. You come from the magical world, a dimension I am always reluctant to interact with.
A dimension?
Never mind. What does your husband do? She smiled to prepare him for the answer.
He's the angel of light.
Cypher 3 nodded. I understand. You need to find your husband, and then decide what to do with the child. I can't help much when it comes to magic. But your painkiller will wear off very soon. I need to make sure I can take you out of Udays safely.
Udays is governed the way it is for a reason. I don't want you harmed for breaking the rules.
He let out a hearty laugh. Cypher 3 is the king's Cypher. In that regard, I believe I have some protection. Rules are created by the council, and I am the head of the council. I'll find a way out for you.
What's a Cypher?
It's an abbreviated form of scientist-philosopher. I lean toward the first word, but I'll need to use the second to understand where you come from. Time is running out. I should go. Please stay inside the chamber. Don't let anyone in. Don't follow anyone out. And don't follow anyone's instructions.
She smiled. I'll try not to die on you. I don't know anything about kingship, but I'm sure this will put you in more danger than you think. Please be careful.
Thank you. I'll be careful. He paused and looked into her eyes. I didn't know being cared for could feel so pleasant.
He nodded a goodbye and turned around.
Does the king have a name?
Malachi LeBlanc, he smiled and exited the door. Charmian stared at the closed steel door for a long time. Her smile had faded. She hated herself right now. She hadn't learned much from her gypsy tribe before she left them, but there was one set of skills she took with her. She could see dark energy from a demon before it took possession of a soul near death, and she had seen it all over Malachi just before he left the chamber. Chapter 15. In a small alley leading toward the back of the theater, Madeline glanced back to ensure that Eric and Dina still trailed behind her. The year 1864 hadn't been kind to any of them. Eric and Dina had no tech and nobody to support them. So Madeline had to rely solely on her mind-tracking ability, which had decided to work on a patchy basis, turning itself on and off whenever it pleased. The street was crowded with flocks of merchants, carriages, and people rushing around, resuming their usual daily activities after a heavy thunderstorm. As soon as the storm concluded, people began to move around, trying to catch up on what they had lost during the poor weather. "It's a very busy theater, Madeline. I wouldn't plan to kill anyone here," Eric said.
I saw the address in Sam's mind when he gave me the primer potion. My mind tracking is very consistent when it comes to him. I can't see Kieran's at all, but the tracking signal for Sam is crystal clear. I wonder why. He's a total stranger, Dina asked.
Madeline shook her head. She didn't want to be distracted from the trail, as she might lose it at any point. They needed to get to the theater and stop Robert from killing John. She had no idea how things would turn out, nor did she have any plan of how to stop the killing. Some sparks of precognition would help, she thought, but knowing her mind, she stopped wasting her energy hoping. "As soon as you see Kieran, try to grab him and get him close to us. I'll see if we can transport back to our time," Eric said.
"But I thought you couldn't control either coming here or leaving," Madeline trailed off. "Or can you now?"
Eric glanced back quickly at Dina, who stood behind Madeline and said nothing. "Dina tested a drug on me. It's supposed to help me control the entry and exit points of time traveling. I don't know if it'll work now, but it worked before. It stopped me from involuntarily going back to 2017. I think if I could resist that travel, I should be able to initiate it now. I'm working on it, so try to stay close in case I need to grab you all."
"Understood," Madeline said, as she found an entrance to the back stage of the theater and entered it.
It was a narrow pathway flanked by black fabric that covered large boxes, tools, and stage equipment. Unlike the streets, which were buzzing with activity, the backstage was quiet. The air was so still, Madeline heard herself breathing. Then it dawned on her that her mind had gone quiet. She had lost track of Sam's mind. She had no clue where he and Robert were. Eric and Dina still trailed behind her. Then she heard the faint sounds of a conversation. She recognized Robert and Sam's voices, and she heard another male voice.
"Okay, we can hear them. When we get to them, I'll talk Kieran out of this killing and off the stage, and then you give me a signal to let me know if you can initiate travel. How does that sound, Eric?" "My suggestion is for me to shoot sedative needles in both Kieran and John. Then we can grab Kieran," Dina said.
"That's a very good suggestion, Dina. I had totally forgotten about your sneaky weapon," Madeline said. They heard the loud report of a gunshot. "This is not good. Change of plans. You needle all of them when we get there, Dina," Madeline said. "Maybe see if you can initiate travel now, Eric." "I'm on it." They charged in the direction of the gunshot. Approaching from the side of the stage, Madeline could see Kieran and a man pointing guns at each other. The other man had his back to Madeline. Next to Kieran, Sam's body lay on the stage floor, blood pooling around him. Kieran's eyes were bloodshot, and she knew that no matter what form he was in, Robert or Kieran, he was in a rage, and he would kill. She didn't want to call out to distract Kieran, so she kept hurrying toward the stage. When the other man heard footsteps behind him, he turned and copped Dina's needle to the chest. Madeline charged past the man as he fell down to the stage floor into a coma induced by Dina's needle. She ran toward Kieran.
"Don't come near me, Lucy,"
Robert yelled and waved the gun. From behind her, she heard Eric yell, "This isn't John." She turned around, immediately registering the situation. Robert and Sam had been facing two gunmen from the side of the stage. The one who'd gunned down Sam and copped Dina's needle wasn't Booth. However, the man she could now see standing on the other side of the stage curtain, pointing a gun at Robert, was none other than the sinfully handsome stage performer, John Wilkes Booth. He looked at her with eyes determined to kill. To wave Lucy out of the way, Robert had moved his gun away from the aim he had held on John. The position in which John was standing made it impossible for Dina to shoot a needle. Robert was worried that Lucy was in the crossfire, and John didn't look hesitant to shoot. The precognition Madeline had had before this trip, that Kieran would be killed with a knife wound to the chest, made perfect sense now, except it wasn't a combat knife, but a gun, a more efficient and lethal weapon. Dina was in a position to shoot a needle at Kieran, which would take him down and thus out of the line of the coming bullet should John fire. All Madeline needed to do was to signal Dina. But the whole thing was speculation on her part. If her plan didn't work, and it didn't remove Kieran from the line of fire, that would mean Dina's needle would incapacitate Kieran, and possibly get him killed. She decided not to signal Dina. She looked at John and could see in his eyes that he was going to pull the trigger. His eyes was pointed toward Kieran and her. If Lucy had rejected Robert because of John Wilkes Booth, what was happening now suggested that she had never meant anything to John.
"Get out of the way, Lucy."
Robert waved his gun frantically, disregarding the danger coming his way. John Wilkes Booth pulled the trigger. Madeline switched on her supernatural power and could see the bullet moving through the air as if in slow motion. She stepped into the path of the flying bullet. In the back of her mind, she heard Eric and Dina talking, or maybe shouting. It happened so fast she didn't have time to think of anything else or summon her unstable precognitive vision. Then everything went black. Chapter 16. Shael cringed at the impact of the explosion and hoped the giant silver egg that had just exploded in the air didn't carry the person who had sent him the message asking to meet at the multiversal transitional zone. After the dust of the explosion settled, a tall and formidable man emerged from behind a large shard of stone and walked toward him. Shael straightened his posture in anticipation of a possible attack. He shouldn't be in the transitional zone of the multiverse where magical creatures like him were most vulnerable. In other words, there were advanced civilizations with knowledge and technology he would never be able to access as a magical creature. His god and fellow angels were in worse situations because they couldn't even grasp the concept of technology. But the message was about his wife, and for that he was willing to take any risks.
"It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Shael."
The man pointed at the dust remnants from the explosion hovering in the air.
"That's just a setup. How do I address you?" "Who I am is not important, but it is critical that I can verify you are who you say you are. This is the transitional zone, and Zilak creatures are notorious for their ability to disguise.
Then how do I know you're not a Zilak creature in disguise?
The man chuckled.
Well said. All right. I sent Shael a message about a lady who travels a lot. If you are he, you will know what I'm talking about.
Shael shrugged.
I know what you're talking about. But how do I prove I know without exposing an important piece of information to the wrong person?
The man nodded.
Prove to me you are an angel. That's not a secret, and certainly not sensitive information.
Shael stepped back, spread his wings, and shot up into the air. He flew around, came back, and landed. No creature could fake his angel wings and the light emanating from the tip of every feather. He wasn't sure who Charmin's savior was, but for that man to take her out of Zilak safely and track him down, Shael knew he wasn't an ordinary citizen of the multiverse. He needed to impress this man to get his wife back. If he was a Zilak creature, then seeing Shael in full angel form would intimidate him and stop him from doing whatever he had intended to do.
I believe Zilak creatures can fly like that, and they can glow candles too. They're not difficult tricks.
The man deadpanned.
I don't do tricks, Shael shouted. He was so angry that he was sure his wings would spontaneously spread again.
Then the man smiled.
You're really Shael, Charmin's husband. Based on the information she gave me, I figured there was a big chance you'd react the way you just did. So, you're what, a wizard? No. In my world, what I just did is called psychological profiling. I'm quite good at it.
Are you two finished grilling each other?
It was Charmin's voice.
Shael's senses perked up.
He literally sniffed the air for a trace of her scent and darted toward the rocks. There she was, his wife, as beautiful as ever, sitting on the grass and leaning against a rock. He rushed over and pulled her into his arms. He craved the feel of her body, the scent of her skin, the gleam of joy in her eyes whenever she looked at him. His wife was alive. She traced her hand along his shoulders where the old wings would have been before Luna, her evil sister, and her people savaged his angel wings and his power.
It didn't hurt. And it's healed, he said. I have new wings now.
Then his eyes landed on her injured leg.
It didn't hurt either, and it's healed,
she said. Then she kissed him.
Are you two finished grilling each other?
Said Malachi LeBlanc, sitting on top of the rock, looking down at them.
I don't mean to be rude, but we are in the transitional zone of the multiverse, and anything can happen here. Also, I've just faked her death in the explosion. I need to go back to you days to receive the report about the incident and pretend to be surprised by the news.
Charmin smiled.
This is Cypher 3 of you days. He saved our child and me, she said.
Shael turned around. He could hear the rumbling of gossip among creatures across the multiverse. But now, seeing for himself, the multiverse had it all wrong. Cypher 3 of you days didn't have a dragon's head, wasn't 10 feet tall, didn't look as if he could spread a 20-foot wingspan and spit out toxic fireballs. This was no more than a powerful and formidable man in his late 30s, or early 40s. Most importantly, he used to be human.
You're the King Cypher of you days, Shael said. You're quite knowledgeable, Shael. Yes, I am king. But it doesn't mean I'm invincible. And if you expected me to have 2 dragon heads, I'm sorry to disappoint. I have 1 head, and it could be quite vulnerable in this transitional zone. Understood. We should get going. Thank you for taking care of Charmine.
Cypher 3 nodded and descended from the rock.
Charmine will fill you in later on the information about her pregnancy and the implications of entering you days. The short version of the solution I can give you now is this.
Cypher 3 pulled out 2 bracelets from his pocket and gave them to Shael and Charmine.
Shael, I know you travel a lot, and you take Charmine with you wherever you go. It might have been fine before, because you've been traveling within the magical world. But now that she has entered your days, her profile is in the multiversal databank. She has been materialized and can be tracked.
Shael raked his hands through his hair.
I should have anticipated that if I kept taking her with me, she'd cross worlds one day.
I think a quick 101 lesson about different worlds might be helpful.
Charmine arched an eyebrow. Malachi smiled patiently.
In principle, there are 3 worlds: the magical world, the material world, and amalgam, the ever-changing world in between.
Shael said,
Angels and magical creatures live in the magical world. A large part of the multiverse, including Earth, your favorite holiday destination, belongs to the material world. Generally, ordinary creatures cannot cross worlds.
But we've been to Earth,
Charmine said.
We never participated in that world as living entities. We just visited. I used to be human, but once I crossed to the magical world a long time ago, I became a magical creature forever,
Shael said.
How did you cross, may I ask?
Malachi said.
12 of us were playing a stupid zodiac game in the middle of a stormy night. We saw a light in the sky like a rainbow, and we jumped through it. How about you? I'm guessing you used to be human.
Malachi shrugged.
Inheritance of a troubled bloodline.
The LeBlancs?
Charmine asked.
Malachi chuckled. Very few creatures in the multiverse know my name. Let's keep it that way. Anyway, the bracelets you have now are Elos technology. If you wear the bracelets, you will be able to lock in your profile, regardless of which worlds you travel to. And you will be like that forever. That's the simplest way I can put it.
Immortality?
Charmine asked.
Malachi winced. That's highly debatable. Let's leave it for another time. But for now, the practical issue is that once you lock in or trigger it, you have to wear it forever. If you take it off, you will be reversed to the original form exponentially, accumulating the time and space effect. In a word, it's ugly. Well, think carefully before using it, Shael said. The other issue is about her pregnancy. If she weren't a traveler, she would have been dead when I took her into you days. But still, the system in you days has registered her, so, sooner or later, it might not be an issue anymore, Shael said. How so? My friend is a shaman, and he gave me a potion that will help Charmine transform properly into a magical creature. Then I will take her back to the House of Gods for protection. May I see the potion? Malachi asked, and reached out his hand. Why? I just want to see what's in it.
Shael frowned, but then obeyed. Malachi looked at the jar carefully and then said,
I'm going to scan it. I won't need to take a sample. I just want to make sure the ingredients inside have no conflicting properties with the pain relief patch I have given Charmine.
Shael nodded.
No,
Charmine said.
Why not?
Malachi asked.
I see dark energy from the demon all over you. That energy always covers a near-dead soul. I know you don't believe in this, but I'm a traveler, and that's one of my talents.
Malachi smiled.
Well, thank you for your concern. But I'm not going to take this potion. I won't even touch it. I just need to scan it for its properties.
He flicked the lid open and hovered his wrist unit quickly over the top. The unit flashed a green light and let out a happy ping. Malachi smiled.
You see? It's harmless.
Suddenly, a colorful snake shot up in the air from the grass and bit Malachi's hand. He dropped the potion to the ground, and the liquid spilled and steamed up. He grabbed his wrist with the other hand.
It's not poisonous,
he said, but his words trailed off quickly, and he slumped to the ground. The snake dropped back to the ground and slithered away. Shael darted over, picked the jar of potion up, and threw it away. But Malachi had inhaled the steam.
God damn you, Asana!
Shael roared in anger. Charmine tore off the hem of her dress and tied it around Malachi's upper arm. Her voice was shaky.
Shael, he's leaving us. Shael, please do something.
Shael darted over and held Malachi's hands.
The steam of the potion, combined with the snake venom, makes the most toxic compound in the magical world. It can kill angels. Tell me, Cypher 3 of you days, if I take you back to your universe, can your technology save you?
There was no response from Malachi. Shael streamed light into Malachi via their connected hands. Malachi stirred. Shael knew his energy wouldn't last long. As soon as Malachi opened his eyes, he repeated the question.
Yes,
Malachi said weakly.
But to take me back to you days, you'll both have to wear the bracelets.
Chapter 17. Dina coughed out the wet grass, leaves, and dirt she had unintentionally swallowed when she landed roughly on the ground.
Damn it! A soft landing would have been nice, Eric.
She propped herself up on her elbows, then scrambled to her feet. She didn't recognize her surroundings and didn't know where they were, but she was sure it wasn't the creek down the hill at Henley-on-Thames where they departed. She seemed to be standing on soft grass. Judging by the slope of the ground, they might have landed on a hillside. The fog surrounding them was so thick she could barely see Kieran and Madeline, who were sitting up about 10 feet away. They looked around, getting their bearings. They looked to be alive, for now, so she turned to look for Eric. Eric pulled himself up from the ground and glanced around groggily. Dina knew he lost memories and was always disoriented after time traveling, but she had never before seen him in such poor condition. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled from his nose and over his lips. She rushed over, brushing a stray hair from his forehead.
You okay? Tell me you're fine, Eric.
He nodded. She wiped the blood off his face and helped him stand. He swayed, towering over her.
All right. Easy, easy. Why don't you just lie down for a bit?
She eased him back down to the ground.
I'm fine. It was just a hard bump.
He tried to sit up, but she gently pushed him down again. Kieran stood up and rushed toward his wife.
Are you okay, Madeline? He asked. I thought we fell into the water at the creek. Why aren't we wet?
Dina smiled down at Eric.
It looks like our Kieran is missing a chapter.
It's about damn time he missed something, Eric muttered.
Dina grinned.
I don't know where or when we are now, but if you remember what happened just before this, you're one up on Kieran, she said.
I have no desire to even the score with him.
All right, but do you remember? Yes.
Really? What do you remember?
Okay. It was 1864, Abraham Lincoln's time. John Wilkes Booth was about to shoot Kieran, thinking he was Robert Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln's eldest son. Madeline was thought to be Lucy Hale, maybe the love interest of both John and Robert. But our Madeline's mind wasn't affected the way Kieran's was, so she was well aware of the situation. Her ingenious solution was to jump into the crossfire to cop the bullet. That forced me to initiate my time travel to save the day. I jumped in, grabbing them both before the bullet hit Madeline. How do I score on this history test? She grinned.
You are now able to activate your time travel and remember what happened afterward. You seem to be in total control of your mind now, pertaining to the time traveling, I mean. So what we did before has at least some benefit.
Benefit? You know what, Dina? Things might be different in your universe, but in this universe, when you combine sexual activity with benefit, it's called prostitution. You're making me feel like a male whore. He sat up and stared straight into her eyes. His soft green eyes grew intense and made her stomach quiver. Then he got to his feet and walked toward Madeline and Kieran. She frowned.
What did he just say? A male whore?
But before she could ponder any further, her wrist unit emitted a happy ping.
Great. My technology is back.
Thank the multiversal god of technology, she muttered, wondering if there was such a god. She turned around to talk to Kieran, but before she could say a word, the hill shook with the impact of what felt like an explosion, throwing everyone to the ground. Dina planted her face in the grass again, lying still for a moment before jumping back to her feet. That's them! They're the ones who bumped us down here, Eric shouted and pointed to the other hill. Near the top of the hill, a dome of light shone, illuminating a group of 3 people who were struggling to regain their footing after landing. The heat from the light cleared the fog between the hills. From her side of the valley, Dina could see the couple were as beautiful as angels. A halo surrounded the male. He looked magnificent, Dina thought. The woman seemed injured, and she leaned on the man to stand upright. The other man didn't look like an angel, but he had a formidable presence. He looked injured as well, and could barely stand by himself. The light covering the 3 shimmered, and then vanished. How did we get here, Eric? Kieran's question pulled Dina's thoughts back to their current situation. Eric said, From the creek down the hill outside Monseal, we time-traveled to the U.S. in 1864. You seem to have lost track of that period of time, Kieran. You played a part. A part? Madeline cut in.
That's not important now.
She's right, Eric agreed. To answer your question, whatever we did back then gave me the ability to trigger my time traveling. I intend to take us back to 2017 at Henley-on-Thames. Because it was the first time I'd done it, I expected it to be bumpy. It was like driving a spaceship of light. It went well until their ball of light appeared out of nowhere and knocked us down here. I don't know where or when we are.
They should get a multiversal driver's license, Dina said.
That is, if they were driving, Kieran said, and turned to look again at the trio on the other hill. The people across the valley looked back, observing.
Maybe they think we need a driver's license, too. I can't read their minds yet, but I can tell they're not Zealot creatures. And they're not human either, Madeline said.
I think they're friendly, Kieran said.
I agree, Dina said.
I'm not sure, Eric muttered. A foggy valley rested between the 2 hills. The fog was so thick it was impossible to judge how deep the valley was. Kieran inched toward the edge of the cliff and peered down. He shook his head, seeing nothing, then turned around. You can't tell where we are or in what time period, Eric? Eric shook his head. Dina pointed to her wrist unit.
I can search.
Kieran said. Don't, Dina. My unit works too, but technology is traceable. Until we know exactly where we are, I don't like the possibility of us being tracked. When Eric time travels smoothly, it's only the time dimension we have to deal with. But this time, we were in a collision during travel, and I don't know how far we were pushed out of our original path, or how many dimensions we've crossed.
No, don't use that unit, Dina shouted as she saw the formidable man on the other hill about to adjust his wrist unit. Her cries stopped him from proceeding, but he didn't seem to hear what she was saying.
It's too far away for them to hear us, Eric said. That wrist unit is Udasian technology. I'm sure of it, Kieran said.
The woman over there is thinking. The dark energy of the demon is coming back, and Cypher 3 won't last long, Madeline said after she peeked randomly into the trio's minds. Cypher 3? Isn't that you? Dina asked Kieran.
Yes, I am the current King Cypher. That means the man over there is either Cypher 3 in the past or the future, Kieran said. I can only travel to the past, so he has to be one of your ancestors, Eric said. Yes, but with the collision on the way here, we have no idea where we are now, Kieran said. Whoever he is, he looks injured. Can you channel to him, Madeline?
I've tried. If he's a Cypher, it should work, but it didn't. If you think they're friendly, I can fly over there to have a conversation with them, Dina said.
No!
Everyone objected at the same time. Dina shrugged. Then they saw a flash in the sky, and another ball of light exploded in mid-air, its remnants tumbling down into the valley. From the wreckage on the fog-covered ground, an old man with long gray hair stepped out. His body expanded, and he grew into a giant human-like creature nearly 50 feet tall. He turned to look at the trio. It looks like he's going to eat those 3 for brunch, Eric said. Any new information, Madeline? Kieran asked. The angelic man calls this creature Rolex. He thinks he's not going to be able to protect his wife and Cypher 3. He's going to make a sacrifice, Madeline said. How? Dina asked. Can we help them?
All 7 of us wouldn't even make a good snack for this Hulk, and we don't have a gun. Do you have a strategy, Dina? Eric asked.
Not yet. For the first time, Dina missed her business partner, Cooper. He would be perfect in this situation. For now, though, Kieran was their best bet. Rolex turned toward the trio. He stood as tall as the hill now. For some strange reason, Dina could sense the action the angelic man from the other hill was going to take, and he did just as she predicted. He spread his magnificent wings and flew straight at Rolex. Dina followed suit, spreading her artificial wings and flying at the giant from behind. She pumped her most lethal needles into the back of his head. The behemoth turned around to look at Dina, simultaneously taking a lightning strike to the head from the angelic man. Dina and the man retreated to their respective hillsides. Rolex looked back and forth between the 2 hills. He roared but didn't look injured. He certainly wasn't dying from Dina's needles. I think you've merely tickled him with your needles, Eric said. Rolex roared again and hunched down, preparing himself to attack. Kieran punched a button on his wrist unit, and a dome of translucent white light covered them just before Rolex slammed his shoulder into the hill. This is a taste of Udasian technology, Kieran said. There was a clanking sound, and then Rolex bounced back to the middle of the valley. Not being able to attack this hillside, he turned toward the other. From that side, Cypher 3 punched a similar button on his wrist unit. A white dome of light covered the trio. Angry, Rolex slammed a fist onto the white dome. It caved in a bit. He's definitely from the past, Kieran said.
Their protective shield isn't as strong as what we have now."
Seeing the effect he had on the dome, Rolex hit it again and again, the din increasing with every punch. In no time, he would tear a hole right through it. Chapter 18. Eric squinted at the three on the other hill. It was quite a distance, but he could feel the energy coming out of their light dome. Rolex continued to strike the dome, and sooner or later, it would cave in. It would be the end of the trio. He didn't know them, and it was really none of his business if they were killed. Kieran was protecting the four of them on this hill with his shield. All Eric had to do was to initiate time travel again to bring his group back to Henley-on-Thames, 2017. Kieran looked up from his wrist unit. He hadn't previously wanted to use technology, but they had already been exposed, and sooner or later, their adversaries would come regardless.
"Our current setting is 1864 Scotland," Kieran said.
"Well, this is closer to Henley-on-Thames than the U.S., Eric muttered.
"I can't yet connect with a unit of the Cypher 3 over there."
Kieran shook his head as he tried to adjust the command on his wrist unit. "I've got a signal, Kieran," Madeline said, after a long time attempting to psychically connect. "The man over there is Cypher 3, Malachi LeBlanc." The Hulk Rolex continued his attack on the other dome. They saw Malachi LeBlanc pull out a Udasian gun.
"He can't shoot from inside the dome, so he's going to come out. That's suicidal,"
Kieran said, and approached the wall of their own dome.
"You can't go out there without a plan, Kieran," Eric said.
"Well, do you have one, Eric?"
"No, but I'm working on it."
Eric paced back and forth. He stared at the angelic man on the other side. What a magnificent creature, he thought. Then he felt a prick on the back of his neck, and a voice said,
"My name is Shael. I am the Angel of Light."
"What's your name?" In his mind, Eric replied,
"Eric." "I can tell you're not an angel. So why do you have the light?" "I don't know. But can I use it to help?" "Try it. Will the light in your mind to hit Rolex." "Well, I don't know how to do that." "Concentrate. I can see the light in you. Follow my guidance, and you can use it as a weapon."
Eric followed the instructions Shael channeled into his mind. He gathered the energy of the light Shael said he had inside him, shaped it, and fired. It didn't move a hair on Rolex's head. Instead, Rolex punched the light dome even harder. It couldn't withstand many more strikes. "The woman is Charmine," Madeline said after she finished another round of mind spying. "She thinks Rolex wants her, and she wants to come out." "Surely Malachi and her man won't let her go outside the dome," Dina said. They heard a loud bang, and a crack appeared in the dome. Malachi pulled his King Cypher sword out.
"I'll need that sword,"
Kieran said. "What are you saying, Kieran?" Madeline asked.
"That's the King Cypher sword. It will belong to me in the future. That means I can control it. If I have my sword, I can kill that Hulk. My mind blades would kill him, but they'll be too large. I might hit the other dome. But if I get the sword, I can focus my energy into it."
Madeline closed her eyes. Eric knew she was channeling to Cypher 3. He took the opportunity to reconnect with Shael. Shael looked over and nodded.
"Kieran, if I get you to the middle of the valley, and you can get the sword, are you sure you can kill the Hulk? Or will you just become its next meal?" Eric asked.
"If you can get me the sword, I'll take care of the rest,"
Kieran said. Eric nodded at Shael. The angel turned to say something to Malachi. Shael nodded to Eric and channeled a plan into his mind. The large crack made its way from the top of the dome downward. One more strike and it would be all over.
Are you ready, Kieran?
Eric asked.
Yes.
Open our dome, Eric said. Kieran opened the dome immediately. From the other hillside, Cypher 3 from the past opened theirs. Rolex stopped in confusion. Before he could react, Shael opened his palms. His eyes went blank, and from his palms a light bridge appeared, arching over the valley. Eric opened his palms exactly the way Shael did. He had received Shael's instructions to summon the light force, but now he could feel Shael holding his hands, guiding him to draw and control the energy. He did exactly as Shael did. The two light beams from Shael connected immediately to Eric's hands, drawing the light out from Eric. Together they formed a bridge of sparkling light from one hilltop to the other. Asking no questions, Kieran charged to the bridge.
"Give me the sword," he shouted as he ran over it.
From the other side, Cypher 3 darted toward the bridge and jumped onto it. The light bridge was incredible, but Eric could not be sure it was solid or strong enough for the two kings of Eudays, one from the past and one from the future, to run on. Did they trust him and the angel on the other hillside, or was it just an innate ability leaders had to know when they must rely on the resources of others to accomplish a mission? Madeline channeled to Charmine. "The Hulk is going to break the light bridge." Charmine turned her head in Madeline's direction and nodded to acknowledge she had received the signal. She sat down on the grass and closed her eyes. She began to chant. Rolex had turned toward the bridge and was about to hurl his body at it. Kieran and Cypher 3 still ran toward the middle of the bridge. Then the giant just stopped, frozen as if it couldn't move. It roared in anger. Shael glanced quickly at Charmine and then returned to holding the light bridge still. From her side, Madeline could see Charmine's eyes go blank. She said to Dina, "She's chanting some sort of song from the traveler's spirit. It's holding the Hulk immobile. It's not a curse. She seems to be using her old energy. I don't think she's going to last long. Could you fly out there just in case the two men on the bridge fall?" "Sure." Dina spread her wings and flew into the air. Kieran and Malachi met at the halfway point on the light bridge. Malachi thrust his sword to Kieran. Unable to move, Rolex roared in anger, exhaling a stream of fire toward the bridge. Malachi fell over the edge. Dina swooped under the bridge to catch him. Kieran grabbed the sword. He concentrated and gathered his mind blade energy. By itself, his mind blade could dig up the entire hill. But that wasn't what he wanted. He needed to focus and send all his power into the sword. He glanced quickly toward the other hill. He didn't know what Charmine was doing, but he understood she was somehow holding the Hulk still for him. He knew he had only one shot. In a single swift move, he swung the sword, injected with his energy. The force coming off the sword was a mighty blade glowing with energy and fire. Rolex's head was chopped off. His body crumbled and disintegrated, exploding into nothingness. The force of the strike threw Kieran backward. He fell off the bridge. Dina was waiting beneath it, and she grabbed him with her free hand. Then she flapped her wings and flew toward the far hill. "I never imagined two King Cyphals would be so heavy," she yelled down to them as she descended quickly toward the hilltop. Once she was about 10 feet from the ground, she dropped the men, and they rolled on the grass.
"Thank you,"
Kieran said, standing up. He helped Malachi stand as well.
"Are you okay?"
he asked.
"Yes. And you?"
Kieran nodded. Shael withdrew the light bridge and turned around.
"My wife."
He rushed over to Charmine, who had collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. After a quick circle in the air to reduce her momentum, Dina landed. She hurried over to Charmine.
Let me see if I can help.
Kieran also approached Charmine to take her pulse. From the ground she looked up, smiling at Shael.
Don't worry, I'm just tired, she said.
The injury to your leg is severe, Dina said. As soon as she touched Charmine, her body flew into the air like a rag doll and smashed into a rock outcropping nearby. She slid lifelessly down to the bottom of the rock and passed out on the ground. Kieran ran to Dina, and Shael grabbed Charmine. From the other hill, Madeline was letting Eric know what was happening. Eric summoned all his power and shot the light bridge over the valley without Shael's help. Kieran picked up Dina and charged to the other side of the bridge. From the other side, Cypher 3 of the past opened the portal. Before they telecasted away, Shael's voice echoed back,
"We will be seeing each other again."
Then they vanished. Kieran leapt to the ground with Dina, and Eric withdrew the bridge. His excessive use of power had taken a lot of energy out of him. He slumped to the ground and spat out some blood. After Madeline helped Eric up, he said, "Let's go." He grabbed Madeline's hand, then ran over to grab Kieran's shoulder as he carried Dina in his arms. They traveled back. This time there was no collision. Chapter 19. The muddy black substance mixed with his basic elements and his soul to form his new flesh and blood. Roelix's mind floated around, observing his own reformation.
"Do I have a soul at all?"
he thought. Then he let the thought go, as it was no longer relevant to his situation. He had made several mistakes over the hundreds of years of his lifespan across the multiverse. But this one was the worst. He should have trusted his partners in crime. No, he should have let them do their part. The reformation was excruciatingly slow, mostly because the hit he had copped on Earth had destroyed his body. He was lucky he had chosen the magical world as his foundation and had never crossed worlds. Otherwise, the reformation wouldn't have been possible.
What the heck just happened?
He knew he shouldn't have attacked Shael and Charmine. It was too rushed, but he thought with the giant form he had taken, he could crush them with his fists. When they had a collision in the middle of the multiversal transitional zone, Roelix saw opportunity falling into his lap. It was blind luck that he defeated Shael a long time ago. He couldn't be blamed for taking a chance when it came his way. He had underestimated the human-like creatures who had collided with Charmine and Shael. It was none of their business that he had attacked Shael and Charmine.
Why had they interfered?
That was a hell of a weapon they had used on him.
"You know, I can destroy you right now, and you will never be able to reform, Roelix."
Normally, he would have turned around to see the incoming guest, but his body was only half-formed, so instead he turned his mind's eye and saw Asana.
"You promised me you'd break them,"
Roelix growled. He intended a roar, but was too weak at the moment.
"We shouldn't have let you take the magical world circle with your feeble mind. You aren't built to be an angel. If I made a creature of mud, it would be smarter than you are." "Don't insult me," he coughed.
"I rest my case." Asana shook his head, then sighed.
"We have invested much in you, and so I'll give you one last chance to reform and take your part. If I had learned nothing in my centuries-long association with you, I would believe you. But I know you too well. You can't afford to replace me now. It takes 3 of us to make the circles. Erite is recuperating after being hit by a random citizen of the multiverse. If you destroy me, The plan you've built over hundreds of years will suffer. And you don't have another 500 years to wait.
Asana nodded.
I see, you're not stupid. But for your information, Arete wasn't hit by a random citizen of the multiverse. It was Cooper Donovan from Elos, and I examined Arete's wounds. They were caused by Udasian technology.
And? Asana shifted his stance in agitation.
Maybe you're not stupid, but you are arrogant and ignorant, Rolex. Udays is our biggest challenge in both the material world and the amalgam world. And Elos, the subdimensional universe that Cooper comes from, is a strong ally of Udays.
Let me ask again, Asana. Why is this relevant to me? I take care of the magical world. You deal with the amalgam, and Arete is supposed to handle the material world. It will work only if you each complete your part. If the deal isn't going well, I'll be very happy to take my magical world. I don't need you. I don't care what you have to deal with. I don't need the full circles. So don't tell me what to do.
Asana nodded.
All right then. I thought I'd offer a potion that would lock in your reformation. But it seems you don't need me.
He turned and walked away, muttering,
Next time you get hit by a Udasian weapon, you won't be so lucky.
I can hear you,
Rolex said. Asana turned around.
It's too late. I've decided Arete and I don't need you anymore. We'll find another partner to take the magical world circle.
There isn't anyone who can replace me.
Asana laughed.
As a matter of fact, I have someone in mind that may be even more qualified than you. He's expensive, but he's worth every bit of the investment. Plus, he doesn't have any baggage.
If you had someone, you would have traded me in a long time ago.
Don't bluff. It doesn't suit you.
Asana smirked and shrugged. Then he walked away and vanished into another dimension. Anger consumed Rolex so badly that smoke rolled out of his reforming body. If he had a body, he could crush a mountain with his bare hands. He had never paid attention to worlds other than his own magical one. He belonged to the magical world and had worked and sacrificed for it. He deserved everything magic had to offer him. That focus had kept him in this world for years without crossing. He had never thought the material world, including the multiverse and the universes within it, could be so powerful. He had let that world go for a long time. It had always been tempting for him. There he could find all the things he had once had when he was human: money, power, sex. And those things comprised only a fraction of what the material world could offer. Asana said Rolex had been struck by a Udasian weapon. He knew of Udays. If those creatures on the hills had been Udasians, then perhaps he should give this matter some attention.
You mortal sons of bitches,
he cursed in his mind, thinking of the creatures swinging a sword at him and destroying his body. Rolex's mind smiled at his almost formed body, and he could see a face with lips forming a smile. It wasn't yet perfect, though, and might scare children in the material world. But he knew magic, and with that he could do almost anything to all creatures in the material world and the amalgam world combined. Regardless of how powerful they were mortal. Chapter 20. Cooper whirled back and forth between two giant pieces of icy rock the size of football stadiums.
Where the hell are we? He asked himself.
I thought you said we were going back to Elos for safety,
Jenny said. He didn't realize he had spoken his thoughts out loud.
Well, that was the plan. But as I've mentioned, we didn't exactly use a good teleporting channel, so we were dumped in the middle of nowhere.
Jenny glanced around.
Can you contact someone?
She asked. He could tell she was nervous, and he was responsible for that. She'd trusted him. The place looked like a desert, with its endless red dirt hills and strange-looking giant cacti. But the elusive environment around them was what scared Jenny and made her nervous. The two large rocks they had just seen had morphed into a dark lake. The water was so black, Cooper could imagine creatures from the cosmos jumping out from the depths to attack them. An ever-changing environment like this could only come from two places he knew of, the Daemon Gate or Zelok. If they had ended up in the Daemon Gate, it would be their lucky day. The Daemon Gate was like the Interpol of the multiverse. Only criminals and unworthy creatures had to worry about the Daemon Gate. But if this was Zelok, they were in very deep trouble. Cooper promised himself if he ever got out of this situation, he'd never ever use the cheap multiversal public teleport system again. He wanted to turn on the wrist unit Kieran had given him, but was afraid using the technology would enable his adversaries to trace him.
Jenny, I won't contact anyone just yet. Not until I find out exactly where we are. Using technology will reveal our location to others, and there are a lot of badasses in the multiverse.
Understood,
she smiled. He wanted to kiss those lips right now. Jenny didn't have an explosive and sexually appealing figure like his sexual partners in Elos. He realized just now he had not thought of them as girlfriends. Even in Elos, the term girlfriend had sentimental value. He had been casual about relationships before, but something in him had changed. He wasn't sure it was for the good, but he knew he wanted to protect Jenny.
If we run into some shady characters, I can fight them, you know.
Jenny winked at him.
But you practice Aikido, right? Isn't that for self-defense and not attack?
What I meant is, I can defend myself and I can protect you when it's convenient.
She grinned.
Yes, ma'am. But I've got this.
He pulled out his restraint bands.
I kept these from the days I worked as a bounty hunter. If I tie them on a creature, no power in the multiverse can free it. How about you let me take care of the situation, okay? Until we can take you back home safe and sound.
The shadow of a creature appeared in the thick fog, walking toward them. Cooper pushed Jenny behind him.
Can you please not push me behind you? I can take care of myself.
I'm sure you can, but I'm the one who got you here, and it's my responsibility to keep you safe. You've never dealt with creatures in the multiverse.
The creature came closer. It appeared to be a harmless old man, carrying a basket in his hand. His eyes were focused on the ground, and he was stooped over to pick up something Cooper and Jenny couldn't see. Looking up and seeing them, the man startled and stepped backward, bumping his back against the rock behind him. Cooper raised a hand to calm the old man down.
We don't mean any harm. Do you speak English?
Elos, Cooper's native language, was English with an Irish accent, for reasons he didn't understand. But he hoped Jenny would naturally pick up what the man said if he did speak English. He also wanted to withhold his true identity. The man looked at them and said in Zelok,
You from Earth?
Cooper's Zelok wasn't good, but he could communicate well enough. He translated back to Jenny and then responded,
Yes.
The man chuckled.
We must really be heading toward doomsday. Even humans can make it to the multiverse now.
He shook his head in despair. What do you mean? Cooper asked.
Creatures from different worlds, mixing together, will contaminate all the worlds.
You speak Zilak, but you don't have the usual wormy eyes. Are you a mix yourself? The man raised an eyebrow.
You're knowledgeable, young human.
So is this Zilak?
No, it is the transitional zone bordering Zilak. If you enter Zilak, don't drink the water at the gate. It'll give you wormy eyes.
The man smiled and nodded a goodbye. Then he turned and focused on picking wildflowers from the ground. Cooper shook his head. He hadn't seen the flowers on the ground before. He turned around, wrapped his arm around Jenny's waist, and steered her away, whispering,
Let him go away. I'll use my unit to navigate our way out of here. The Zilak border is dangerous, and when I use my unit, we'll have targets on our backs.
Jenny nodded and maintained a neutral expression. From a short distance away, they heard a low growl in the thick fog. A space wolf creature crept out and charged at the old man. He held up his flower basket in an effort to block the attack, but the wolf was too strong. It pushed him to the ground and landed on him, its gigantic front paws on the man's chest. Its teeth were bared, and it was about to rip the man's throat out. "No, Jenny!" Cooper shouted, but it was too late. Jenny had charged past him toward the wolf. She grabbed at its back and tail, sidestepped to gain momentum, and then in one swift swing, she yanked the wolf off the man. Cooper rushed over to pull Jenny away. The man scrambled up from the ground. He picked up his flower basket and threw it at Cooper. The flowers poured out from the basket and rained down on him. Cooper inhaled the dust and powder from the flowers. Before he knew what was happening, his throat started to close, his world became blurry, and his knees buckled.
Cooper!
He felt Jenny's arms wrapping around his shoulders.
Cooper, don't scare me!
He gasped for air. The old man approached and crouched.
Get away from him!
Jenny pulled Cooper backward.
What do you want?
The man reached out, and fast as lightning, grabbed Cooper's right arm and pressed. Jenny kicked the man away. On Cooper's wrist, his Elos wrist unit emerged. He was a native Elos citizen, thus the wrist unit, his personal identification, was embedded into his body.
You're Cooper Donovan, the only Elos wandering this no man's land,
the man chuckled. Cooper lay on the ground. He had seen Jenny charge at the man, and he thought he had been totally wrong to think she wouldn't attack just because she studied Aikido.
What did you do? You fix him or I'll break your neck.
Cooper thought he'd believe her, if he were that man. The man turned and grew nearly 10 feet tall. But Jenny didn't hesitate. She used momentum to supplement her disadvantage in size and strength. She attacked him with a torrent of punches, kicks, pushes, and twists, all that her human body could possibly give out. Cooper could see the man was intrigued by her tenacity. He could kill her with a flick of his finger, but he played around and let her fight. Behind Jenny, the wolf had now shifted into a tall creature that walked on 2 legs but still had a wolf's head. It grabbed her from behind. It was bigger than she was and lifted her off the ground. The man approached Cooper and crouched.
You don't know as much as you think you do. Native Elos should never go near wolfsbane. Not the flower, but the chemical I compounded. Now I've told you, I'll have to kill you, but not before I use your wrist unit.
He raised a finger to stop Cooper before he could respond.
I know the unit works only when you're alive, And it will work only with your command. I have no intention of extracting its technology over your dead body, so don't worry. I'll keep you alive."
Then he looked at the wolf creature and said,
"Get rid of her." "I have the secret inside Monsieur,"
Cooper said.
"Stop!"
The man called out to the wolf creature.
"Asana, are you sure?"
The creature asked.
"Are you questioning me?"
It shook its head.
"I want to talk to Jenny,"
Cooper said. Asana smirked.
"I'll see what I can do."
He looked at the creature.
"Let her go."
It released Jenny. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she rushed toward Cooper. He reached his hand up, and she grabbed it.
"Please don't die, Cooper."
He hated to see tears rolling down that pretty face.
"I'd run for my life as soon as my feet hit the ground if I were you."
"Well, then who's going to save you?"
He pulled out a restraint band in his pocket and snapped her hand to his hand. He looked at Asana and said,
"If she loses a hair, you've got nothing."
Then he passed out. Chapter 21. Eric hung up the phone and looked at Kieran and Madeline. They were back in their current time, and Kieran had placed them in an exclusive high-rise apartment in the middle of vibrant London. Kieran's philosophy was that the most secure place would be right under the enemy's nose, where it appeared to be the least secure. Although Kieran had blocked out the top 5 floors for exclusivity, Eric's stomach still churned whenever he saw the shadow of anyone walking in the foyer or out on the street. Eric admired Kieran for his leadership ability. He never told Kieran that, and made a mental note to himself that he must learn some of Kieran's skills to use when he became the leader of the Yellow Shield tribe in Zelok. He was too jumpy to think about that now. He had almost punched the security officer at the car park when his phone went off suddenly with a Star Wars sword-swinging jingle. Kieran had had to pull him away and threatened to drag him to calm him down.
"So?"
Kieran asked, leaning back in the 3-seater sofa, located at the center of the endless marble-floored living room.
"Jenny and Cooper are definitely not in New York with Mother. But my signals locate them there," Kieran said. "You tagged my sister?" "No, I tagged Cooper. That's how I found out where my people are and keep them safe."
He turned toward Madeline.
"Have you sensed anything, Madeline?"
She shook her head.
"Oh, hey you, what are you doing out here?"
Eric asked as Dina walked into the living room. The shiny surface of the marble floor reflected the light onto her porcelain skin, making her look even more frail.
"Well, I'm not an invalid." "No, Dina Greenwoods is not. But a person with severe head injury, a broken shoulder, a broken arm, a broken leg, and 3 cracked ribs would be."
"I heal quicker than humans."
"Oh, I forgot, you're not human. But I have more important things to worry about now, like my human sister, my human mother, and my human father."
Eric gestured in frustration. Kieran stepped quickly toward Dina and took her to the sofa. He took her vitals at her wrist on the way.
"You're recovering much faster than I expected,"
Kieran said and smiled.
"He always thinks you Daisians with silver blood are the best,"
Madeline said and grinned.
"Welcome back, Dina."
"I don't die that easily." She jiggled the button on the shoulder of her jacket.
"I'm glad the fall didn't break my wings." "If the weapon is broken, I can always make you another, but I can't fix you if you are broken. It was blind luck this time. Have you been able to figure out why you flew backward into the rock?"
Kieran asked.
"Not yet, and it's not a priority right now. Have you found Cooper and Jenny?"
Kieran shook his head and turned toward Eric.
"You've never mentioned your father before. Why now?"
Eric shrugged.
"I don't know. Mother asked me 3 times what's up with Jenny. I had to lie to her to keep her from worrying. Then she asked what's up with my dad and me. He started to pace the floor. I haven't spoken to him for more than a year. She said he called asking to meet with her and asked her not to tell me. He's never done that before.
Never done what? Call your mother? Or ask her not to tell you about the meeting? Dina asked.
He doesn't use a telephone.
He's anti-technology?
Madeline asked. Kieran shook his head. I don't think so. Diana told me he managed the electrical production department at a theater before they moved to New York. His job was high-tech. He can't have been anti-technology and specialize in communication devices in that industry. Eric nodded. Yes, Mother said he used to be technologically savvy. Then something happened and he freaked out, even with low-tech equipment like radios. Eric trailed off, turned around, and looked at everyone.
Do you think he had anything to do with this?
Dina asked. Kieran, booting up a small computer, said nothing. Dina opened her mouth to speak, but Kieran raised a finger to stop her. I've isolated the network, he said. There's no signal coming out from this one.
Dina, knowing Cooper, do you think he would have given Diana something to bring back to New York? Something Kieran might have a tracking device embedded in? A gift of some sort? Madeline asked.
Dina shook her head.
I'm not sure. He's a very good guy, but he's not the sentimental type. At least until Jenny...
Excuse me? Eric exclaimed.
Hello, I have eyes, Dina said. Native Elos don't show much sentiment, but when they meet the right mate, it shows. He was drooling when he met Jenny. I think he's falling for her.
That's sexual attraction, not sentiment, Dina, Eric said.
Okay, let's just focus. I just want to know why Kieran's tracking devices on Cooper ended up in New York when he and Jenny clearly aren't there, Madeline said. Oh, I think I know, Dina said. My jacket was torn off when Eric and I got stuck in the tree, and Cooper showed up with Diana's jacket. He said they heard the sound of fabric being torn via the speakerphone, and Diana thought I might need some cover.
That's right, Eric said. Then you didn't need Mother's jacket because you were wearing mine. I think Cooper held on to that jacket. He might have left something in it before giving it back to Mother.
A pen, Kieran said, while still working on his computer.
You tracked his pen? Eric asked. Yes, and that's what's giving me the signal now.
Why don't you just give your mother a call and ask her if she can find Cooper's pen in her jacket? Madeline asked.
If I call her one more time about Cooper and Jenny, she will definitely freak out. He dialed the phone. Kieran looked up from his computer. I found something on your father. Before moving to New York, he was in an explosion in the Tri-Sun Group headquarters. Tri-Sun is, or was, one of the most notorious high-tech groups. They dissolved after that incident.
What do you know about them? Dina asked. Do you want me to run a search, Kieran?
They're into solar energy, and they might have nothing at all to do with our current situation, Kieran said. I've got a signal. It's from Cooper's cell.
Kieran's fingers flew over the keyboard as he analyzed the data. Then he looked up.
The cell I gave him was activated in Z-Lock, not by him but by Jenny, and that's an alarm signal. He slammed the computer shut and stood up. On the phone Eric was using to call his mother, there was a sound of someone answering, and his father's voice said,
Eric?
Then the sound of an explosion echoed out of the speaker, and the line went dead.
Chapter 22. Malachi stopped the teleport at the transitional zone of the multiverse. It was close to Udays, and it was much safer for him to take Charmine and Shael there. But it would mean crossing the dead zone for Charmine. He had taken her there once without knowing her condition. He would never do that again. He was king of Eudays, and with his power, he could do a lot. But there was nothing he could do about the natural conditions of his universe, like the way Eudasians gave birth. He was really weak at the moment because of Asana's poison. Shael's light could hold him now, but not for much longer. He could only hope they didn't have to engage in another fight.
You could go closer to Eudays,
Shael said. Malachi shook his head.
Charmin couldn't handle another pass.
But you said we could bring you back to Eudays if we wore the bracelets.
I wasn't altogether when I said that. I meant you could bring me to the border. The bracelets secure your and Charmin's profiles. You can pass to any dimension, whenever you want without your profiles changing. But the bracelets can't secure your child.
Charmin stirred in Shael's arms and opened her eyes. She smiled at him.
Put me down, will you?
Shael put her down and leaned her gently against a large rock.
Do you remember what just happened? What you did to the giant Hulk, and how you shot that girl to the rock?
Malachi asked her. Shael's eyes darkened. He said nothing and turned away. Charmin smiled at him, but Malachi could see the sadness in her eyes. What she did must have been a major decision.
I didn't hurt the girl. I don't know why that happened. To immobilize the giant creature, I summoned the spirit of the traveler's god, the god of free spirit. And in doing so, I owe him a favor that he might be calling for in the future.
Malachi shook his head.
So the god immobilized the creature for you because you prayed to him. If you are his subject, then he should do what you pray for without holding you to a debt.
She smiled.
You accept the fact that I am a gypsy of the multiverse. You also must accept the idea of a free spirit. We are free to travel, free to stay. We do everything according to our own will, until we go against nature. The giant creature was free to move according to its will, until I forced it to stop. As a result, it was killed. I went against nature and the free spirit of my tribe.
You did that in defense to protect us,
Malachi said.
Yes, but the creature had nothing to do with the god I prayed to. The god didn't have to immobilize it and get it killed. He acted against the creature's free will because of me. So the fault was on me. That's our tribe's religion.
But you left that tribe a long time ago. You don't belong with them,
Shael growled.
Shael, don't be angry. Once a gypsy, always a gypsy. I am proud of my origins.
I don't condemn you for it, but it puts you in danger.
I'm not worried. I have your protection. I am your subject. And you are a good angel.
My protection? See what it got you?
Shael whirled back and forth in frustration. Malachi looked into Charmin's deep hazel eyes and could see she was fading quickly.
Shael,
he called out.
What?
Shael turned around and saw what Malachi was seeing. He rushed over.
Charmin, please don't go. Please tell me what to do.
She gripped the grass and sweat streamed down her forehead. In front of them, her tummy swelled.
I think our child is coming.
Her stomach grew from nothingness to a size that looked as if she would give birth any second.
Tell me what to do, Charmin,
Shael cried out.
I'll go to get the medical doctor in Eudays,
Malachi said, but he knew it was too late. The travel, the collision, the magic fight, and too many crossings had taken a toll on her. But he couldn't explain why the baby was coming now. Charmin dug her fingers into the grass and soil and said nothing. She breathed heavily, looking as if she would fade away shortly.
Malachi, do something,
Shael said.
I can't significantly explain this. You're an angel, and you don't know what to do. How do you expect me to fix this? We better hope for a miracle.
From behind them, they heard footsteps and chanting, the clattering and clanking of metal and bells in the wind. From the fog emerged spears, horned heads, hooded heads, and then groups of human-like creatures in long cloaks. Malachi drew his sword. Shael glowed and tightened his fists, a sign that he was ready to strike with his light.
No, that's my tribe,
Charmine said weakly, her eyes closed. She knew that they would come for her, Malachi thought. As far as he was concerned, this was the miracle they were looking for, their only way out of this situation. An old man with long white hair, wearing a brown and gold cloak, approached.
I am the shaman. I delivered Charmine into our world. Now I can help her child.
Her child has been cursed,
Charmine said. The shaman inched forward. Shael stopped him.
Don't you dare touch her.
She's in pain, and they can help,
Malachi said.
How do you know?
I don't know for sure, but we have no other options. If she doesn't get help, she'll die.
Let him help me, please, Shael. I don't care if I die, but I want our child to be born before I do,
Charmine cried out. Shael whirled around.
You're not going to die. Then let her get help. There's nothing you can do now.
Malachi pulled Shael aside. He knew Shael could toss him like a rag doll with his power, and in his deteriorating condition, he would likely crack his skull and die. But he could see that Shael wasn't thinking straight at the moment, so he continued to move him away from the shaman. Shael calmed down quickly. He turned and spoke to the shaman.
I apologize. Please help my wife.
The shaman nodded and approached Charmine. Shael followed. The shaman stopped.
This is a sacred ritual. You cannot watch.
But I am the father of the child.
The shaman stood still and wouldn't move. Malachi pulled at Shael's elbow.
Come on, let's just go around to the other side of the rock.
Shael reluctantly followed Malachi. It was only a short while they waited, but it seemed like centuries. Eventually, a child's cry brightened Shael's face. He rushed around the rock, over to where Charmine had been. But there was no sign of his wife or the tribe, only the emptiness of the air. The child's cry still echoed in the air, hovering, and then it faded out. Shael whirled around. Malachi was speechless.
Charmine!
Shael roared, but all he heard now was the echo of his own voice. Chapter 23. Jenny tiptoed over to a tiny window and peeked outside, but she couldn't see much. She wasn't short, but the window was tailored for a 10-foot-tall man, if you could call someone that size a man. She didn't understand the language the old man had used to talk with Cooper, but she was sure Cooper was trying to make a deal for her safety before he passed out. The creature in the shape of an old man had left the room. He hadn't bothered tying them up. He hadn't even secured the door, confident that an unconscious Cooper would be a living shackle. He might be right. She looked at Cooper closely. He was beautiful. Striking blue eyes, a masculine face, and a killer smile. She didn't know his hometown or his life in a universe she had never visited. But judging by the way he maintained his friendship with Dina, he was a trustworthy person, or creature. She smiled to herself and wondered if Elos citizens referred to themselves as people or entities. They certainly wouldn't call themselves alien in their own universe. Cooper stirred and groggily opened his eyes.
Hey,
she brushed the stray hair from his forehead.
You're alive.
He smiled, too tired to say anything. She didn't know what kind of powder the old man had used on Cooper, but it had had no effect on her at all, except for the lingering bad odor.
Before you dump tons of your theory on me about what happened,
Just know that whatever deal you made with that old man, and I'm not sure if he's really a man, he left us alone, literally." Cooper glanced around. She helped him sit up. She twisted her arm around, trying to find a comfortable position. Cooper jiggled the restraint band that tied their hands together and flipped out a small tag. He was about to enter a code.
"Wait. The man left us without securing us. He's obviously relying on the fact that you can't free yourself. Maybe he didn't expect you'd wake. Or maybe he put something in this band so that it'll explode if you open it."
Cooper laughed, but it turned into a fit of wheezing and coughing due to his weakness. She patted his back gently.
"Take it easy. Do you know what he did to you?"
He shook his head. She looked into his eyes, and she knew he was lying.
"We need to get out of here. He probably thinks I won't wake soon, and that's why he didn't lock the place up."
"All right."
She helped him up. He entered the code and yanked the band open to free their hands.
"When I say run, you have to run really fast. All right?" he said.
"Okay."
"I'm serious."
"Yes, Cooper, let's get out of here."
Before they left the house, Cooper slid a small device under the seat of a stone bench.
"I switched your cell on and sent distress signals already," said Jenny.
"You did what?"
"I sent Kieran an alarm signal from your cell. I saw him give you that phone. I figured the signal would go to him."
Seeing an expression of awe on his face, Jenny explained.
"I have an IT degree from MIT, a university where I got quite a sophisticated education. I'm not sure if there's a network here, but I think their technology most likely has some kind of internal mechanism that doesn't rely on a network."
Cooper nodded.
"All right. So we've been established that technology isn't a problem for you. But one thing you have to remember. In Zilok, you don't shoot a gun."
"Why not?"
"It's complicated. Just know that you won't ever hit the target. But this will."
He pulled out a folded knife from a small pocket in his pants.
"A bottle opener?"
"No, it's a knife, soaked in Dina's special treatment. She made this for me in case of emergency. She said it's lethal. I'm quite sure it destroys more than bottles."
He gave the knife to Jenny.
"I don't need a weapon."
He nodded and slid the knife back into his pocket.
"Let's go, then."
The world outside the house was unnerving. Jenny had seen many horror movies, including many her college boyfriends couldn't handle. But in front of her now was reality. It was a scene that made those horror movies seem no more than children's cartoons. Black soil covered the rolling hills. Its uneven surface was covered in shards of strange rocks, craters in the ground, and bare trees that appeared out of nowhere and shifted position as they pleased. Cooper said,
"This is Zilok. This place is full of dimensional traps. The most important thing to remember is that you'll see what your mind wants to see. What you see doesn't reflect reality. There is no reality in Zilok. You have to be really careful where you step. We don't want to drop into an oblivion trap."
He turned on his cell phone, and a glowing blue screen appeared.
"There's a cell phone network here?"
Jenny asked in astonishment.
"No, this is Udasian technology, not just a cell phone. Without this navigator, we have no chance of getting out of here alive. That's why I didn't want you to go when I was out."
He showed her the screen.
"This is the true map of the landscape. It scans the surface we're walking on and gives possible directions to where we want to go. Remember, we can't rely on our visual sense here because everything is illusional."
He thrust the phone into Jenny's hand.
"You're as white as a sheet, Cooper. You want to sit down?"
"No time. Keep moving."
He walked ahead.
"Are we going straight ahead, Jenny? What does the map's indicator show?"
"No. You have to sit down."
Jenny, we don't have time. You need to learn how to read the map. We're trying to get as close to the transitional zone as possible. From there, navigate to the Damon Gate. It's the multiversal neutral ground, kind of like the police on Earth.
Your nose is bleeding, Cooper.
He wiped the blood off and reached for the cell.
It's close enough. Keep walking, Jenny.
You have to tell me what's going on, or I'm going nowhere.
Hasana put wolfbane in me, Jenny. It's a poison targeting native elos. It corrupts my blood, and there's nothing I can do about it.
There's always a solution. Kieran will know what to do. I'll send another signal.
She grabbed for the phone.
It'll be too late, Jenny. Asana was so sure that I wouldn't dare move to buy time for an antidote. But there is no antidote for this, Jenny. We've just run the distance. The poison has already circulated through my blood.
This is unfair. You can't do this to me.
We're so close. Look!
He pointed at something that looked like a well.
I've heard about that well. It marks the entrance of Zelok, and it borders the Damon Gate.
All wells look the same, Cooper.
That's the well of second chances. Drink the water, and you'll turn into a Zelok creature.
Then he swayed and dropped the phone. Jenny picked it up, supporting him at the same time. She glanced at the map.
The Damon Gate, is it?
The indicators showed they were actually only about 50 feet from the border, but when she looked up from the screen, she saw nothing. She clenched her teeth and supported Cooper, dragging the two of them in the general direction that the map said was the border of the Damon Gate. Asana stepped out of the fog. He smirked and said,
I'm disappointed you left without saying goodbye.
Chapter 24. Dina scanned the navigating device across the ground. It took a bit of time to gather sufficient information. She glanced at Eric. He paced back and forth. She knew he was anxious. He had agreed with Kieran that they should split up their team. Kieran's had many resources on Earth, so he and Madeline had gone to New York to help Eric's parents. Dina and Eric had gone to Zelok to find Jenny and Cooper because of Eric's connection with the Yellow Shield tribe. Neither Eric nor Kieran were comfortable with the solution, but they didn't have any other options. One thing they hadn't considered was that Dina had not only been to Zelok, she had also lived there until she was 5. She thought she knew the land. She was wrong. The little stretch of land she knew as Zelok was in no way comparable to this side of that universe. What Kieran referred to as the land of the multiversal outlaws. She couldn't imagine they were talking about the same universe. She knew about this side of Zelok, but had never set foot here, not even on a job. Eric broke the silence.
Why don't you have wormy eyes?
What?
She looked up from the scanner.
Before we left, Kieran said Zelok creatures have wormy eyes. You said you lived here until you were 5. Why don't you have wormy eyes?
First, I'm not a creature. I was a citizen and I lived in a residential area. Only those who gain admission through the second chance gate and drink the water at the well have wormy eyes.
Second chance? It almost sounds noble,
Eric said and rolled his eyes. Dina chuckled.
Tell me about it. They're mostly shady characters. But, as I said, my experience living here is very limited.
So where did you live before migrating to Elos?
Many places. I was between jobs all the time.
Between jobs? How old were you when you started working?
Eric, never ask a female creature in the multiverse how old she is. She wouldn't know. Even on Earth you have different time zones. In the multiverse, we have many different time zones and time references.
Eric nodded.
Have you found anything yet?
She shook her head.
So all citizens here have to use a scanning device for direction? I didn't see any such technology when I was with the Yellow Shield.
No, it's only on the side that we see nothing. She looked up and glanced around. A continually changing landscape surrounded her. The tracker suggested they were very close to where Jenny and Cooper were, but in front of them was nothingness, not even a large rock, and she was sure this wasn't where the Yellow Shield tribe lived. They would be located somewhere in the stretch of land where she used to be. She glanced at the device. It detected nothing. Why had the device landed them here when she'd asked it to navigate to the Yellow Shield tribe? "Look out!" Eric shouted and pushed her out of the way of a giant ball of dirt rolling down toward them from what seemed like mid-air. And then a flash of light exploded on them like a bomb. A cool hand brushing over her face woke Dina. She opened her eyes and saw a face she didn't ever want to see, possibly for eternity. It was Grace, Eric's drop-dead gorgeous ex-girlfriend. While she wasn't quite sure about the ex-girlfriend part, she did know for sure she had shattered Grace's pretty head with a laser gun, even though she knew she had only shot a space creature disguised as Grace. The idea she had put a beam to the head of a human had never sat well with her. Grace smiled. Dina frowned, unsure how to react.
Is this the real Grace, or another creature in disguise?
You have a lot of injuries. What did you do to yourself?
Dina cleared her throat. Thank you for taking care of me. You don't know me, and there's no way you would know anything about my injuries unless you scanned my body. But I didn't consent to a scan.
Grace arched an eyebrow and said nothing.
Did I speak too quickly?
I beg your pardon?
I like your jacket. Where'd you get it?
Silence.
Those shoes are killer. I bet you got them in London.
Silence. Dina knew then she was speaking to a robot. It wasn't programmed to answer random questions and didn't know how to react to arbitrary statements. She sat up and glanced around the small room, decorated with furniture of stone and wood. The decoration looked ancient, and there was no sign of technology. She didn't seem to be imprisoned. She saw a flickering candle with real fire.
Not even powered light. Where is this place?
The door of the room slid open, and Eric walked in with a man who held a flaming torch. Dina had never seen a torch like that before, but she'd heard of them. She frowned at Eric. He approached and crouched in front of her bed. "How are you feeling? Look at that bruise on your forehead. I told you you're not fit to take a trip, even if it is a vacation." He gestured around them. "And you can see the outer ring of Zelok isn't exactly a good spot for a honeymoon."
All right, so Eric was playing mind games, she thought. They might be in a bad situation here. Dina smiled. Is it safer for me to go outside and stretch my legs a bit? She asked, as graciously as she could.
Sure, Eric said, and gently took her hands to lead her outside. Eric gestured at the building that looked like a bunker and the endless rolling black hills beyond. What a future we have here! He grinned at Dina. She said nothing, but glanced at Grace and the guard standing behind them. If she had Madeline's psychic ability, she could have channeled into Eric's mind to communicate. But not only did she and Eric not have that ability, they also disagreed in every second conversation they had. There was no chance for psychic communication with Eric. Dina approached him, and she tiptoed and kissed him. He immediately responded. When their faces were close, she asked, "What's happening?" "I think they're robots. When they captured us, the one that looks like Grace didn't recognize me." They kissed and whispered, then kissed again.
"Who did you tell them we are?"
Eric glanced at the robots. "I told them we work for Erite. We're married and on our honeymoon. I couldn't believe they believed that crap.
What crap? The lie or the pretend marriage? She bit lightly on his bottom lip. He retracted his lips slightly to avoid another encounter with her teeth.
The lie, of course. Why do you always have to take what I said the wrong way, Dina?
All right, so they're robots. I recognize their behavior. They're clones and very low tech. Between the two of us, we can easily take them out.
Yes, but the tracker led us here for the Yellow Shield tribe. Robots might know something.
Dina nodded. All right, let me handle this.
Are you sure? I don't know who their master is. We say one wrong thing to them, and our honeymoon's gonna end in a bloodbath.
Eric, I might not always say the right thing, but I'm sure I can press the right buttons in these robots. They need to be reprogrammed. She kissed him deeper, and her hands roamed his back. His voice muffled by her kisses, he said,
If you keep doing this, I can't be held accountable for how my body reacts.
Well, show me. She glanced at the robots. They stood watching them. She kissed Eric harder, pushing him back against the wall of the bunker. She could tell he was a little breathless and was holding back with all the willpower he had. She slid her hands under his shirt.
Dina.
But she didn't let him talk. She kissed him again, then nibbled lightly at his neck and slid her hands into his pants. He threw his head back and hit the wall as he let out a moan. From the corner of her eye, she could see the two robots turn. Their backs were now facing them. As fast as lightning, she rushed at them. She used both hands to slam at the critical circuit point at the base of their necks. The robots stood frozen. Now she could open them up and reprogram them to take Eric and her to the Yellow Shield tribe. Not hearing anything from Eric, she turned around and saw him standing, glaring at her. I manipulated your sexual urges. I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Yes. I'm sorry you're sentimental about this. But we did more than just kiss before, and you were fine. Or appeared to be fine.
My feelings don't matter to you? You were wrong to do that.
Those robots wouldn't take my commands, and we couldn't attack them head-on without triggering some kind of alarm. I needed them to turn around and expose their weak points to me. Humans emit sex scent signals in the form of pheromones. All robot models can read that signal. They're programmed with a social etiquette function to respect others' privacy.
Dina, I don't care.
He walked back into the bunker and slammed the door. Chapter 25. Cooper looked at Asana with disdain.
I respect the elderly, Asana, but my patience has a limit. You're so patient that you left the house, knowing any movement you make will spread the poison further.
Asana said in English, and then chuckled. Oh, so you do speak English. That makes the fact that you pretended to be a harmless old man even more pathetic, Jenny said.
I can't let you leave, Cooper. I wouldn't think so. You want my Elos wrist unit. I mean, you want a function in it.
He raised his hand as if he was going to press a button on it.
No.
Cooper smiled.
You're quite knowledgeable, Asana. You want the UAS, don't you?
Then he turned toward Jenny.
It's the ultimate asylum status to the Daemon Gate. It's designed for Elos privileged citizens. If you activate it, it will give you unconditional protection by the Daemon Gate.
Asana growled, his eyes glued to Cooper's wrist unit.
I don't know what your plan is, but eyeing the UAS, you must have planned some serious shit at the multiversal level and prepared for the worst.
He had a feeling that if he swung his arm in rhythm, Asana's would have danced. If you give it to him, he'll kill you, Cooper.
He's already killed me, Jenny. There's an antidote,
Asana said. Now we're talking, Cooper said. So you want to trade the antidote for the UAS, right? Asana nodded. All right, give me the antidote. If it works, I'll give you the UAS. From his pocket, Asana pulled out a tube of blue liquid. How do I know you won't poison me for the second time?
You don't. You'll just have to take my word for it.
Cooper shrugged. My chances of surviving the poison are slim, but I still trust those odds over your ability to keep your word. Why don't you drink half the liquid, and I'll drink half? That will at least allow me to last a bit longer. Then we'll go back to your place, where you can give me the rest of the antidote. If it is really a cure, it won't kill you.
Poison treats poison. That's the way wolfsbane works. I don't have the poison in me. Taking the antidote will kill me.
Cooper chuckled. Well then, there appears to be no solution. I'll die with a UAS then. Asana's face turned red as he tried to control his temper. Before he could say anything, as fast as lightning, Jenny pulled out the knife from Cooper's pocket. Asana was distracted by the unfinished deal and didn't react fast enough. Jenny slashed the knife across his chest. Asana jerked back, but the knife had cut into his flesh. Asana lost his balance. Jenny gave him a hard kick. He reeled backward and fell over the lip of the well. Jenny dove over to grab the antidote tube, but she was too slow. Asana gripped the tube in one hand and the edge of the well with the other.
Give me the tube. If Koopa takes it and is fine, I'll pull you up.
She stabbed the knife into the hand that gripped the mouth of the well. Asana roared and let go. Jenny grabbed his hand. Asana dangled over the maw of the well, held up only by Jenny's hand.
Give me the tube, and I'll pull you up.
He smirked at her. He held up the tube.
Poor judgment, Cooper. This is the real antidote. You've lost your chance.
He yanked his hand out of Jenny's and fell to the bottom of the well. Cooper slumped to the ground. Jenny rushed over.
Don't you die on me, Cooper. We're so close to the border. If you use your UAS, would they save you? Give you medical assistance or something like that?
No, you take the pass and go, Jenny. It's transferable.
Open your eyes. Look at me.
He could feel her dragging him across the ground. Then his world went black. Chapter 26. Eric followed the robot that looked like Grace and the guard into a dark tunnel. Dina was right beside him, but it seemed like there were mountains between them. She had reprogrammed the robots, and now they were leading them to where they could find the Yellow Shield tribe. If technology came to Dina so easily, why was she having trouble understanding that human emotion and sexuality were not robotic functions that she could manipulate at will? Eric pointed at the robots. Can we talk while they're here? She nodded. I disabled all their programs. They only have one mission left, and that is to take us to your people. The Yellow Shield tribe aren't my people. I owe them. She shrugged and said nothing. A small group of human-like creatures exited from a side of the corridor as they approached. Grace and the guard pulled their weapons, some sort of powered swords. Before the other creatures could react, their bodies copped slashes. Turned into piles of scrap metal, they convulsed on the floor, melted, and evaporated into thin air. I forgot to tell you. I entered a new command so they will protect us. She walked on before Eric had a chance to respond. They reached the end of the corridor and approached a solid black wooden door. Grace tapped it.
A small window opened from the inside, and a pair of eyes stared out. Before any conversation could begin, the guard pierced the head of the creature inside with his sword.
Did you turn them into mercenaries?
Eric asked in astonishment. No, their command is to protect us. They'll do whatever it takes to accomplish the task.
It was just a rhetorical question.
She turned and looked at him. And that was a rhetorical answer. They turned to another connected room. The creatures in that room weren't expecting visitors. As they had before, the two robots charged at those in the room. The creatures dropped to the ground, wriggling in pain before they died, and their severed metal bodies soon evaporated into thin air. Next, they stopped in front of a giant steel door. Grace flipped open a rusty box and punched in a code. The door clicked open. Grace and the guard turned around, looking to Dina.
Mission accomplished,
they chorused. Then their heads exploded, and their bodies melted and evaporated. Eric, startled, jumped aside. Dina cast him a glance, then proceeded to the door and pushed it open. Inside, the bunker was silent. It was as eerie as the atmosphere of a tomb. There must have been more than 200 people in that cold, square bunker. Dim, flickering lighting. Poor ventilation. They stood up, watching as Eric and Dina stepped inside. Hundreds of pairs of eyes. Sad, hollow eyes. Eric's heart skipped a beat. If they were indeed his people, he had abandoned them. It was his fault they were in this condition.
Eric?
A woman's voice called out, sending a chill up his spine. It was a haunting cry from his past. The crowd split. From its midst, a beautiful woman with a hauntingly sad face walked out.
Xanthi?
Eric felt a lump in his throat. The beautiful healer of the Yellow Shield tribe now looked like a ghost, frail and sad. Was he responsible for this? Tears streamed down Xanthi's face. She turned around and spoke several sentences in Zelok that he couldn't understand. But in front of him was unmistakably the village of the Yellow Shield tribe, one that had saved him and nurtured him back to life. Xanthi approached him, her body shaking with emotion.
I knew you'd come back for us.
She looked at Dina.
Lamix said you were going to come back and save us.
Several people standing in the back burst into tears.
Lamix means leader in their language. Xanthi is the healer of the village,
he translated to Dina. But he could see that she had turned on the translator in her wrist unit and could understand perfectly what was being said. He could see tears gleaming in Dina's eyes. Perhaps there was a human emotion in her after all. He turned toward Xanthi.
I'm here to take you home. Where's Lamix? He said I didn't have to start my leadership until he completed what he needed to do.
Xanthi nodded and gestured the way. They followed her toward the back of the basement. She pushed open another set of doors. Chill air blasted out, mixed with the scent of death. Inside the room were rows and rows of corpses. Eric froze at the door, unable to move his body. Xanthi tugged at his elbow. He nodded and followed her in. In the corner, the man with the yellow-shaded eyes, the leader of the tribe, the one who had picked him up from the black mud where he lay waiting to die and had taken him back to safety, lay dead and frozen. Was this his fault for denying his responsibility for years?
How did he die?
He asked, although he didn't want to know the answer. There was nothing he could do to change this.
He came back to tell us you accepted the position and were coming to take us to a safer place. He had some other arrangements with the Udasian, but that night Grace came with a man. They were chased, and we helped them. But then the whole village was swamped with the Red Shield. They captured us and killed Lamix and your wife.
Dina's eyebrows shot up, but she instantly neutralized her expression and looked away. Eric nodded. At Carfax Tower, Grace had escaped with a man and left a space creature in disguise in the tower with him. It made perfect sense. She had run back to the Yellow Shield tribe to seek shelter, but she had taken a stranger and deadly enemies back to the tribe. Eric sighed.
I'm so sorry,
he thought.
That's my fault.
He turned to Xanthi.
Do you know the way out of here?
Yes. We need only to cross over the hill. But this place is surrounded by dead swamps. The only way out is to fight through the Red Shield camp. There are only women and children here. There is no way they can survive either the swamps or the fight.
Where are the men?
Most of them were killed during the attack. We were not equipped for combat.
Eric nodded. Xanthi continued.
Some of the survivors have regrouped on the other side of the hill. They wanted to rescue us, but Lamix asked them not to. He knew it would be another bloodbath, and they would lose. He asked us to wait here for you, and for the men to wait on the other side of the hill.
How could he be so sure?
He had a vision before he died.
Xanthi looked into his eyes.
He saw you save us as an angel.
I'm no angel, Xanthi, but I'll do my best to get people out of there. As he turned around, he saw a tiny body lying on a bench at the far end of the room. He froze and then started to walk toward the body. Xanthi pulled at his elbow.
Don't, Eric. We've lost Liv, but we still have the other 5 children. If you don't get them out now, we'll lose all of them.
He nodded. I need a moment to talk to Dina. Xanthi nodded and backed away. He led Dina outside the room. He braced his hands on the wall, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. He pounded his head against the stone wall. The image of Liv flashed back to him, plaguing his mind. He had been recovering in Xanthi's healing chamber. Liv came every day. She brought him water and wildflowers she had picked herself. She was the size of a toddler, but had the mind of a 5-year-old. She was gifted with healing power. Now she was dead, and he was staring at a wall. He felt Dina's hand on his shoulder and shrugged it off. He didn't mean to, but he did. I'm going to take them home.
As an angel?
Because you need miracles to do that. We've only dealt with 2 robots, and had so much trouble already. We can't use guns in Zilok, and this place is surrounded by dead swamps. I have a solution, but I'm going to do it on my own.
So you don't need me?
No. She looked up at him and said,
Okay, fine.
Then she turned on her heel and walked away. Chapter 27. Cooper opened his eyes groggily and saw Jenny's bright face looking at him.
There you are.
She smiled at him, then turned to talk to someone.
Can he sit up now?
He blinked to clear his vision and saw a man in a white coat looking down at him.
You're a lucky man, Cooper Donovan.
He looked at Jenny and then back at the man.
Yes, I am.
Who are you?
I'm one of the gatekeepers at the Damon Gate. Ms. Bonneville?
Jenny.
Jenny ran over to the gate with the ultimate asylum status. She used that to ask us to help you. Normally it wouldn't work. What you needed was medical help, not protection. But because you are Udasian... Am I? Yes, we scanned your unit.
I gave them the phone Kieran gave you.
Jenny grinned.
And you have a pre-registered privilege. An agreement between Udays and the Damon Gate. Therefore, you'll have all the medical assistance you need. The poison in you is mostly treated.
Mostly?
So am I only half alive?
The man smiled.
No, you're 100% alive in this dimension, because we have corrected the corrupted blood cells and everything the toxin damaged in your body. There are, however, some otherworldly elements that our technology couldn't handle.
So if you travel to another dimension within the material world, or if you cross worlds, you must be careful.
From the top of the middle hill, looking at the hillside outside the bunker where the Yellow Shield tribe was held captive, Dina watched Eric from a distance. She knew what he planned to do now. The middle hill looked down on the bunker, and she could see the hill the tribe members had to cross to get back to where their men were waiting. She had seen Eric do something similar when he'd formed a light bridge from hilltop to hilltop for Kieran. But when he'd done it that time, he'd had help from Shael, the Angel of Light. Now he was alone. He had formed a bridge by himself when she was injured, and Kieran needed to carry her back to safety. But Kieran said it had taken a toll on him. And that bridge had been for only 2 people. This one would be for more than 200 people of the village tribe. She didn't know how he could do this, but those women and children seemed to hold a very special place in his heart, and he would do whatever it took to bring them home. Eric had told her Shael had shown him something he could use. She didn't know what it was, but she knew Eric was no angel. He walked around the top of the hill. The ground was covered in rocks and meteorites in many different shapes, sizes, and colors. He stood in front of a few large, shiny rocks that arched above him, looking like giant gates. He braced his hands on the 2 sides of the rock arch, and he looked up. She smiled. He was smart. This spot was the ideal position for solar attraction, the sort of light shining on this universe in its own cycle. In the material world, they had the solar system. People on Earth had the sun, but Zelok was located in a universe in between. This was a different kind of solar energy. It must be what Shael had taught him to use. Eric glanced down to the valley and saw the village people standing outside of their camp waiting. He closed his eyes and tightened his grip on the stone arch. Dina saw sparks above and heard the rumbling and crackling sound of a large amount of solar energy being drawn. The light shone down to the arch, and Eric bridged the light from the camp to the other side of the hill. The bridge was magnificent, as big as the hill itself. Xanthi stood in front of the crowd. She led, followed by her 5 children, as beautiful as little angels. They walked quickly onto the bridge, but the rest of the village people hesitated. "Come on," Dina muttered. She understood why they would be scared. After all, the light bridge had appeared right in front of them. Xanthi and the children set an example for the rest. They moved farther onto the bridge and waved their hands to encourage the others to come. Eric opened his eyes and looked down the valley at Xanthi. Dina knew with the brightness of the light he wouldn't be able to see her now standing at the side of the bridge. Judging by the look on his face, she thought he must feel the weight of the people moved across the bridge of light. "Come on, move," she said again, but it didn't help. A small stream of blood trickled from Eric's nose. It was not just the weight of people, but also holding the light together. It must have been taking a lot from him. He didn't look like he could hold it for much longer. "Come on, walk," she shouted. Eric saw her now. He looked at her. The energy had been drained from him, and she could see the intensity of the light wavering. The bridge shook a bit, causing Xanthi and the children to reel. "That won't help," she thought. Eric couldn't even speak. He held tight to the stone arch. But if these people didn't walk soon, his knees would buckle, and he'd have to let go. How did she understand him so well? She could even feel his energy level. She felt the surge of energy within her own body. She felt a connection to him. She walked over and stood behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist. With a halo of light around them, she knew the people looking up from the bottom of the hill wouldn't see the shadow of her tiny body. She spread her weaponry wings. Eric would look like an angel with his wings spread wide and a glorious light surrounding him. Some people in the crowd burst into tears, and all of them started walking over the bridge. She could feel him grunting with the heavy weight. His energy was dissipating at an alarming level. Dina touched the mark of the jumper at the back of her neck. Perhaps she was destined to do this. There wasn't time to think about it. She pulled out her needle stack and opened a compartment containing a needle with a red tail. She pulled it out and jabbed it into the mark at the back of her neck, the round circle marking all individuals who had jumped over the aperture of the multiverse, a rare event that bore a reputation for accentuating individual natural talent and bringing power. She hadn't had any special power her whole life. At least that was the story she had told others, and it was true. What she hadn't told anyone was that she knew how to trigger the effect, even if it didn't happen naturally. She felt the pull of energy instantly, and she knew what she had to do. She yanked Eric's shirt off and saw a glowing spot on his spine below his neck. She drew solar energy into her body, poked a large needle into the glowing spot on his back, and transferred her energy to him. In a short moment, their energy was connected, as were their bodies and souls. Cooper looked up to the hill in front of him. Bloody hell! That's Dina and Eric! Jenny turned around. In front of them, her brother and Dina glowed in a magnificent wedge of light. They scrambled to their feet and ran in that direction. Chapter 28. The bridge glowed brighter, and the people moved faster over it. Xanthe stopped near the end of the bridge to ensure everyone had crossed over. She looked at Eric, bowed with appreciation, and left the bridge. Eric withdrew the bridge. She wasn't sure if he was even aware of what he was doing now. His head lolled back, and he collapsed onto her. She lowered him to the ground.
Eric, open your eyes. Talk to me, please.
He was totally out of it. Then Dina felt the ground shaking. She looked behind her and saw the giant head of Rolex slowly emerging from the other side of the hill. Then his body. He opened his mouth to smile, and she could feel the heat waves coming out from between the sharp pieces of ivory rock that served as his teeth. She pulled Eric backward and tucked him behind a rock. Then she charged at Rolex's face, pumping out her most lethal needles. She wasn't surprised to find they caused no damage. She pulled out her gun and fired. The laser beams erupted from the gun, went sideways, and hit a large rock, sending it collapsing to the ground.
Oh, that's totally unfair. Look at the size of you compared to the woman you're fighting,
Cooper shouted, charging up from behind her, followed by Jenny.
Can you two take Eric and go? He's behind the rock.
She pointed at Rolex, who was either smiling evilly or grinding his teeth.
This thing doesn't understand reason.
Eric opened his eyes. He could hear the commotion, but couldn't see anyone. He was tucked between two large rocks. Dina. The memory rushed back to him. He tried to sit up, but every movement was like trying to move a mountain. Then Jenny rushed over.
Thank God you're okay.
She reached down to give him a hand. He grabbed her hands so she could help haul him up. What's happening?
Dina and Cooper are fighting a Hulk.
The world in front of him was a blur. No, I can't move yet. I'll only be a burden. Go help them. He leaned against a rock.
All right. You stay here, Eric.
Jenny left him and rushed back out. Eric bore his weight on the rock and worked his way slowly around and out to the front. There he saw the giant he thought they had killed before. It roared at Dina. She had stabbed her knife to its face, and it had thrown her backward, sending her rolling across the rocky surface. Cooper pulled out his knife and was about to attack. Jenny came up from behind him. She picked up a rock, ran to get momentum, and threw it at the Hulk's eye. Bullseye. It roared again. In front of Eric's eyes, the creature swung its gigantic arm like a crane and knocked Cooper and Jenny off the hilltop, tossing them like rag dolls to the mouth of the canyon. From the ground, Dina shot up, wings spread. She flew down to the canyon to save Cooper and Jenny. Rolex bent down. He grabbed Dina by the wings and pulled her up. She wriggled in his grip like a desperate little bird. He held her wings and smashed her body to the ground over and over again. Eric pulled out his gun. He knew shooting here wouldn't work, but he had to try. He tried doing what he saw Kieran do with the sword. He used whatever strength was left in his body to concentrate his light energy into the gun, and he pulled the trigger. Instead of the normal laser beam, a wave of light came out and hit Rolex right in the middle of the head. The beam immobilized him, and he dropped Dina, but not before tearing off her wings. Eric slumped to the ground. He knew he had nothing left. He couldn't move. He lay down and waited for a Rolex to come and savage him. The Hulk stomped his feet in anger and moved toward him, and then he saw Dina surge up from the ground. No, it wasn't her. It was something else. Her porcelain skin glowed in a halo of white light. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her long raven hair had turned as white as a cloud, and her tiny body floated, hovering above the ground. Rolex was stunned. He paused and stared at the tiny white person floating in front of him.
A life for a life, a heart for a heart, magic for magic, a curse for a curse. I swear to my God, whoever kills me has to die the same way I did. In any world, at any time, that devil cannot return to life, Dina said and raised her arms, pointing toward Rolex as she spoke. Rolex frowned. Then her tiny arms stretched out as fast as lightning. Before Rolex could do anything, she ripped his heart out. He looked down at the hole in his chest and the heart dripping blood in front of him. His heart evaporated into thin air, and then so did his body. Dina's body flopped to the ground. Eric crawled toward her and pulled her into his arms. There was nothing left in her, not even a pulse. But this was Dina, the person, or the alien he had known. Her skin and her face had returned to normal, but her hair remained white. He heard the sound of wings flapping, the sound of something landing, and then footsteps behind him. But he was beyond care. There was no way his sister and Cooper had survived that fall, and he didn't know if Dina could be revived. Shael stepped out in front of him. He reached out for Dina. Eric clutched her tighter in his arms. Shael grabbed them both. Then it seemed as if they were flying. Everything around him turned white. He heard Shael's voice say, "You're destined to be together, Eric. Treasure her." Chapter 29. Eric awoke on a comfortable feather bed. Xanthi smiled down at him. An angel brought you here.
He bolted upright. "Where's Dina?"
In the adjacent chamber.
He scrambled out of his bed and rushed toward the door. He made his way into the chamber, pushing his way through many doors and dangling curtains. There he found her, with a knife in her hand. She had cut off half of her long white hair. "Hey, no, hold on." He tried to pry the knife from her hand.
What is this?
She growled as she gestured at her white hair. "You know how much it would cost to pay for this beautiful white hair? If you want a haircut, I'll take you to a hair salon, okay?" Tears streamed down her face.
Something happened to me, Eric. I've turned into something else.
He put the knife away, looked her up and down, and turned her around. "Your limbs are the same. You have one head and no tail, and you're still short. Except for the white hair,
I can't see anything different.
There was blood all over my hands.
He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. She resisted for a bit, and then was still. He tilted her chin up and looked into her dark eyes. We fought a monster. Yes, something in you changed, and because of that, you killed Rolex. Otherwise, you would have died. You don't remember any of that? She shook her head, and a tear rolled down her pretty face. Then her eyebrows shot up.
Cooper and Jenny, where are they?
Rolex threw them off the cliff.
They're dead? Oh no, did they die?
Look at me, and you tell me if they died, Dina. She scrambled toward the pile of her belongings on the floor and pulled out a small device.
Silly Cooper, give me a signal.
The device stared back at her, a blank screen. She waited. Eric sat down next to her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Together they waited. 1 moment passed, then 2, then some more. Suddenly, a happy ping. Dina grabbed the machine.
A signal. A positive signal. This was triggered, not automatic. We can search for them using this.
She hurried to her feet. Eric held her shoulders. It will keep. Cooper and Jenny are very capable. They can take care of each other. We need to talk.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
You don't remember what happened on that hill? She shook her head.
It just felt wrong. I don't know what happened.
A tear rolled down her face. He wiped it away with his thumb. It might be better that you don't remember.
No, I want to know what happened. If you saw something, tell me, please.
I fell.
What?
I fell in love with the beautiful woman in front of me. Whether she's human or alien, I don't care. White hair or not, I don't care. I do care about the fact that you don't know how to love, but I'm going to fix that.
But you're married.
He locked his lips with hers and could feel her body vibrating with emotion. When he finished with the kiss, he traced his finger along her jawline. I'm not married to Grace, if that's what you mean. He traced his lips down her neck. I was discontented in my life, so when I figured out the aperture, I thought it was just lightning, and I jumped. Grace followed me. The Yellow Shield tribe picked us both up. Grace's dying wish was to be a perfect woman and to be my wife. So that's what they made her. He lifted her up, and her legs spontaneously wrapped around his waist. He carried her to the bed and put her down, placing her on her back. His hands roamed over her body, and she let out a little moan. You thought I was married, and you fought the monster in front of me. I asked you to go, but you protected me and helped those strangers, unconditionally. You're full of compassion, Dina, more than any human I've known.
Compassion is,
He locked his lips on hers to stop her from talking. Open your eyes. I want you to look at me, he said, and she obeyed. This is lovemaking, Dina. I want you to feel it the way I do, and I want you to see what I feel. Then he penetrated her. She grabbed the sheet, a sound of pleasure escaping her lips. He looked into her eyes and brushed a stray white strand of hair off her forehead. I don't care what you are or what you've become. I love you, Dina Greenwoods. He could see that what he said registered in her eyes. A tear rolled down her cheek. He kissed it off. Love is sacred, Dina. Being able to love isn't a uniquely human ability. You can love more than anyone I know. You can feel it. He picked up her hand and placed it against his chest. She traced her finger around the position of his heart. She felt the heartbeats.
She smiled at him as another tear rolled down her face.
I love you too, Eric.
See? It's not that scary. He kissed her, and then they brought each other to the peak of pleasure. Eric pushed his face into the soft feather blanket, searching for Dina's skin. He couldn't find her. He sat up. It had gone dark outside. Her scent still hovered in the air, but her side of the bed had gone cold. He pulled the blanket away. Blood. Drops of blood left as a trail. He scrambled off the bed. On the floor, white feathers were scattered everywhere. They weren't feathers from a pillow or a blanket. These were huge feathers from the magnificent wings he had seen on Shael. These were feathers from angels' wings, pulled out at the skin, leaving traces of blood. Dina's clothes were on the floor. Her weapons were on the bedside table. Her needle pack, the one she would never leave home without, lay next to her weapon, accusing him of letting something horrible happen to her. He darted outside the chamber. "Dina!" he called out, but was answered only by the darkness, the empty air, and the echo of his own voice. Chapter 30. Arete didn't like the underworld much, regardless of how much potential its creatures had and the support they had promised him. But beggars couldn't be choosers. He could only do his best and play the game as well as possible. But not everything was a game to him. Sometimes he did take things seriously. He just couldn't always recall when that was or what he took seriously. Being immortal sucked. The Gothic door swung open. From a dark room inside came a stream of eerie white smoke, followed by a blast of cold air, and then some soft footsteps.
Looks like a stage show of some kind. Should I be clapping?
He thought, but then put that sarcastic stream of thought away. A tall figure that looked like a skeleton with a small amount of loosely hanging flesh walked out. Arete shuffled through memories in his mind, trying to recall the name of the god he was about to talk to. When nothing came to mind, he gave up. He bowed respectfully and said nothing. It was a lot less risky to remain silent than to speak an incorrect name.
I don't believe we've met,
the skeleton man said.
You previously dealt with a friend of mine, Asana. Oh, I remember him. Is he dead? No, he had a little incident and couldn't come. He sent me instead.
The stick figure scratched his jaw with his bony fingers.
I didn't wish him to die, as he owed me so much. Well, whatever he owes you, I'll pay. But we need a little extra help. I'm not willing to invest any more. You would, if you'd hear me out. I know Asana had a deal with you to take out a human president of a country called the United States of America because he is opposed to the dark side of the magical world.
The skeleton chuckled.
You have to be polite. That president, whatever his name was, Abraham Lincoln. Yes, whatever. He wanted to hunt vampires. He wanted to hunt my people. You see the problem? He's from the material world. We are from the magical world. We have nothing to do with his world. So why would he want to hunt us? See, that's where you have it wrong. What? With all due respect, you're wrong about the president. It wasn't him. It was his son, Robert Lincoln. You ordered Asana to possess one of the stage performers to kill Abraham. He was successful in this in the past. I, on the other hand, as a gesture of goodwill, manipulated one of my subjects to time travel there to stop the killing of the father and kill the son at the same time. I don't believe you do anything from goodwill. But let's say that was the case. Then why are you here? As far as I'm concerned, Asana was successful. The father died. I couldn't care less what the son did.
No, because Asana was successful, the son lived a full life and had a family. The child grew up to be the most lethal vampire hunter.
Why should I believe you?
In my material world, there is a thing called technology. We can time travel to the past and future. I can simulate the future and see what the hunter will do to the vampires. TRILOGY is an amalgam world. I trust you know that. My friend in a tribe there can foresee the vampire's future, and it is consistent with the result from my time-traveling simulations. If this isn't convincing enough for you, I can fetch you a crystal ball.
So what's the solution?
We traveled to the past and tried to kill Robert Lincoln. Our attempt failed for unknown reasons. We burned that bridge so that leaves us only one option, that I travel to the future and kill him for you. The hunter lives in the material world, so there is no other way to handle this.
What's in it for you?
I really don't want to have to deal with this, but he lives in my material world, and he has messed up some of my business. I don't like that. Taking him out is going to be good for both you and me. I need someone to take care of the magical world.
I don't believe you haven't placed a contact in my magical world who can do that work for you.
Arete chuckled. Very good. You're cautious. The higher caliber entity I have in the magical world is Rolex, a dark angel. But he was killed for eternity. The skeleton chuckled.
My condolences.
No need to be polite. To kill the hunter in the material world, I need both the magical world and the amalgam to be held steady. Someone has to be in control. Asana will handle the amalgam, but you must help manage the magical world. Otherwise, there will be too many moving parts, and that's a formula for disaster.
The skeleton tapped his bony finger on the armrest of the chair, thinking,
All right. What exactly do you want me to do?
My major concern in the magical world is a couple, Shael and Charmine. They're angels, so you should be careful.
I'm not afraid of angels.
Okay, all right. I need you to handle them. The best solution is to kill both of them. At the very least, one of them should be killed. I'd go for the wife. It'll be easier to kill her than him.
How long do I have to complete this task?
Arete shrugged.
Well, it should be done as soon as possible.
The skeleton nodded. Arete almost giggled on the way out. His largest problem had just been solved. He had no resources in the magical world. Now with Rolex dead, it would be impossible to close the magical circle. Asana was right. Why not let the magical world circle sort themselves out? Asana was now committed to amalgam because he had been kicked down the well of second chance and hadn't been able to hold his breath long enough to not drink the water. He was now officially a TRILOGY citizen. Asana didn't like the idea that he had no option, but Arete was pleased because he would never have to worry about Asana taking his part. He shook his head and sighed. Partnering and teamwork had always been a challenge for him. He was a loner and had worked alone for as long as possible. But this circles business was too big to be a one-man job. He'd had to collaborate. The next thing he knew, he'd worked with Asana for centuries. Chapter 31. Dina looked down at her completely naked body. Then she looked up at the magnificent angel standing in front of her. She was standing in a round white stone room with arched stone windows. "I don't feel comfortable in this outfit, or lack thereof."
"You should get used to it. You have a beautiful body, and you almost qualified as an angel."
"Shael, Eric told me you told him you're an angel."
"You don't seem to believe that."
"It's irrelevant. I didn't apply for an angel position, and I'm really not interested in that job. I work for Kieran LeBlanc in New Days. Can I at least have something to cover myself? Even a bikini will do."
"You have your wings."
She chuckled. "Well, I used to. Rolex ripped them off. Now I have to crawl back to Kieran and beg him to make me another wingsuit. But it's okay. He can take it out of my salary. When he starts paying me, of course."
"You're injured."
"Tell me about it. I have bruises everywhere. Before he tore off my wings, the beast held them and whacked me on the ground like I was a sack of potatoes. I killed him in self-defense."
"How did you kill him?"
"Weapons, of course. I don't really remember. I was totally out of it."
"You saw Kieran kill Rolex with a King Seifel sword. Rolex died, but then came back to attack you. You killed him for eternity. How did you do that?"
"How do you know I killed him?"
"As I've said, I'm an angel. But not only that, I've never lost to anyone, except for Rolex. I know how hard it is to kill him, and I would know if he was dead for good."
She nodded. Shael gave her a strapless white dress. She immediately slid it on. "Not exactly my choice of color, but it's better than nothing. Thank you." "Why did you bring me here? At such an inconvenient time."
Shael smiled. "By inconvenient, I take it you mean your intimate moment with Eric. He's a very good man. I approve of him."
"Approve of him? Excuse me? I don't think you're in a position to approve of anything I do."
"Dina, do you remember what happened when you touched my wife Charmine on the hill?"
"Yes. It still hurts."
"That happened because you went against the laws of nature. No matter what world you live in, you can time travel, but you are not to contact yourself. You and the child inside my wife are one and the same. You are not supposed to make contact."
She stared at the magnificent angel in front of her. He approached her and wiped a tear that had rolled down her face.
"Don't cry, my child."
"We met in 1864, and my mom was pregnant with me? So how old am I?"
Shael shook his head. "Age in the multiverse and the crossworlds is complicated."
She nodded. "I know. How did I end up in Zelok with my other parents? Am I an angel? What's happening now? Why didn't it happen before?"
Shael smiled. "You have so many questions. I don't have the answers for, Dina. What I can tell you is that your mother and I had just gotten married. She was pregnant with you. Because our love for each other was so pure and strong, that made you a child of virtue that all devils and angels hunted for."
She frowned. "I'm sure they didn't intend to bring me up as a righteous and beautiful angel."
"No, you were mostly wanted for sacrificial rituals of dark magic."
"Can't you at least sugarcoat it a bit?"
"You can handle the truth, 'cause you're like your mother. She was a very strong woman."
"Where is she now?" Shael shook his head.
"I don't know. Back then, when she had just given birth to you, she was captured by her own tribe. But I'll find her."
"She was kidnapped? I'm a very good investigator. I'll help you find her."
No, I'll do it myself. The reason I'm here is because of you, and it's urgent. Your Aunt Luna was one of the devils that wanted you. Before she was killed, Luna placed a curse on you, and she mixed blood with your mother. We didn't know whether the curse had worked, or whether Luna would take you. But seeing how you killed Rolex, I can now confirm both.
What? That I'm cursed and possessed?
Shael nodded and sighed. It was a cold-blooded, heartless devil that ripped out Rolex's heart. It wasn't you, but it's in you, and it's strong. Dina looked at her shaky hands and the strands of white hair left dangling on her shoulders.
Did Eric see me?
Yes.
He saw me turn into a devil? He saw how I could tear his heart out if I wanted to? But he just told me he loves me.
Now you know he really means it. And you didn't turn into a devil. You're possessed by it. You turned into an angel. That's the part Eric hasn't seen. Spread your wings.
I told you, Rolex has...
She trailed off. She looked at her bare shoulders and then spread her real angel wings. 2 magnificent feathered wings expanded out from her shoulders. Shael smiled and looked at her with pride. Having the wings of an angel doesn't make you one. You need to be accepted into the house of the gods. But I'd be willing to bet that, just like your mother, you wouldn't want to go there. She grinned. He approached and kissed her forehead. Now go back to your man.
How do I know I'm not going to hurt him?
You won't know until you master how to control the devil inside you. You jumped through the light. You triggered your angelic make and your devil possession at the same time. You can control both. She nodded, but her mind was plagued with doubts. Shael took her hand and led her to the balcony. Remember, you have our love and blessing. Your mother is a gypsy of the multiverse with a free spirit. Like her, you will be strong. You can control the devil. He flipped her over the balcony. She spread her wings and flew to the horizon, back to where she knew Eric was waiting for her.
This has been Wolfsbane, Shadow of Angel, Book 2, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by